Recording has started.
Okay, thank you, Victor. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, the regular meeting of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for August 3rd, 2022. Cheryl, if you wanted to read the preamble and the meeting decorum section for us, please.
Okay, I have a 4:05 start time. Okay. Remote access to information and participation. In accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N3320, declaring a state of emergency regarding the COVID-19 outbreak, and Mayor London and Breed's proclamation declaring a local emergency issued on February 25, 2020, including the guidance for gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their board and committee meetings to convene remotely, via Microsoft Teams, and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for meeting decorum due to disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. And if you wanted to go ahead and call item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Roll call. Member Schmidt. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Present. Perfect. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Padmanabhan.
Present.
Member Padmanabhan present. Vice Chair Wong.
Present.
Vice Chair Wong present. Member Stein. Absent. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. Member Highland. Member Highland not present yet. Member Neighbors.
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Member Hill not present. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
If you don't mind, I'm going to interrupt for a moment. I have one person with a hand raised, a call in. I just want to check to see if it's one of our members. I'm going to unmute them quickly. Hello, caller?
Member Highland
this is
present.
Member Highland calling in.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Highland, you are present.
Thank you.
Yep. I just want to note, just for members of the public who are with us today, the complaints are not scheduled to start until after or until 5 p.m. or later. Just so you know, you don't need to be here until 5 p.m., but you're welcome to stay and listen in. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have quorum.
Great, thank you, Cheryl. And Victor, could we elevate Member Highland to a, I don't know what it's called.
Member Highland is called in via telephone, and I can't elevate that type to a panelist.
I see, okay.
He's listed as user 5.
Okay. And Member Wolf, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, since there's now a new state of emergency for monkeypox, is that going to be, is our preamble going to be amended?
I don't know. And the person who'd be able to answer that question is on vacation right now. I can text her.
We have not received any official notice of new noticing requirements or anything of that nature. However, the Board of Supervisors is on recess until September.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to try and contact my supervisor to see if they've heard anything, Member Wolf? I mean, I don't have to do it right now. Certainly, I can try tomorrow.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter for the moment, but that is an additional state of emergency that we're dealing with.
This is Victor again. I just want to let you know also that there's a possibility that the Board of Supervisors will call a special meeting next week on Tuesday to officially declare an emergency. The emergency in San Francisco has not officially adopted by the Board of Supervisors yet.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Cheryl, let's go on to the, are there any agenda changes?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Any public comment then on this item? It looks like you may have a hand.
Do we have a public commenter?
It appears we may.
Sorry, my apologies. Just want to announce that if you would like to make public comment at this time, you can press *3 if you're calling in, or otherwise raise your hand through the application. We have one person with their hand raised at this time.
Please let me know when I may begin. This is anonymous number 3.
You ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I believe, per the chair's communication with me, the sentence on item 8 regarding that this is a referral by the Ethics Commission to the SOTF, that is not correct, and this is only about the original complaint 22039 on this agenda, and I believe that should be corrected.
I'm sorry, what were you wanting to correct on 22039?
I believe the chair has indicated in response to my communication earlier today that item 8 on today's agenda is not the complaint that was referred to the SOTF by the Ethics Commission. That is a different complaint. That's all.
Yeah, so Cheryl, under item number 8, the italicized section, we had a complaint that was referred that appeared to be similar to the existing one, but we're going to have it be a separate complaint.
Yeah, I got that email.
Okay, so on the agenda there where it says this matter was referred to SOTF by the Ethics Commission, we'll just note that the matter that was referred to us by Ethics will be given a separate file number.
Okay, 22039, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Anonymous. And is there any other public comment? Victor, do you know?
Are there other public commenters that would like to make a statement?
No one else has raised their hand at this time.
Okay, so go ahead and close public comment, and we'll move on to the second item, Cheryl, when you're ready.
Item number 1A, findings to allow teleconference meetings under California Government Code Section 54953 E as in Edward. The task force is expected to consider a motion setting forth findings required under Assembly Bill 361, that's AB 361, that would allow the committee to hold the meeting remotely according to the modified Brown Act teleconferencing set forth in AB 361.
Okay, members, this is the motion that we need to approve every month for our remote meetings. So if anyone would like to make a motion?
This is Member LaHood. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, Member Wolf.
So moved by Member LaHood, seconded by Member Wolf to approve the motion. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, any public comment?
Okay, if anybody would like to make public comment on this matter, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 or otherwise raising your hand. I'll give it a few moments. No one has indicated they would like to make public comment on this matter at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment. And Cheryl, then when you're ready for our vote, we can go ahead and proceed.
Member LaHood,
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Wolf,
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt,
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Padmanabhan,
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein, absent. Member Highland,
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors,
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Vice Chair Wong,
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee,
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. And if you could just, we'll do this for every item, just read the vote total out.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favor of the motion.
Okay, and 2 absent. All right.
2 absent, yeah.
All right, great. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item number 2 then.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, July 6, 2022 regular meeting.
Okay, members, any edits, suggestions, discussion? I see member or Vice Chair Wong.
Yeah, I think for item number 7, it's marked as closed in the minutes, but I believe we said it would be postponed until the October meeting, pending an exchange of files.
And that was item number 7?
Correct. I think it is noted in item 1 of the minutes, though.
Oh,
And then item 7 refers back to item 1.
oh, I'm missing my first page. Missing my first page of the minutes. Oh, hang on.
Vice Chair Wong, this is Member Wolf through the chair. Item number 1 in the minutes doesn't note October, though. It just says agree to close the file due to the petitioner having received all their requested records in a timely manner.
Yeah, that was the piece I was trying to point out, is
Okay.
that I think we agreed upon it in the meeting that we would postpone it until the October meeting, unless my notes are incorrect.
Cheryl, maybe that's something that you could re-listen to the audio on to confirm. Maybe based on that feedback, perhaps it makes sense, since that would be substantive, to thinking maybe we might want to continue these meeting minutes.
All right. Who wants to move to continue?
This is Vice Chair Wong. I'll move to continue this matter to the next meeting in September.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Wong. Do we have a second for that?
Member Wolf, second.
Okay, seconded by Member Wolf. All right, members, any further discussion? If not, we'll go ahead and move to public comment. Okay, not seeing any. So, Victor, when you're ready for public comment.
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment, you can raise your hand at this time by pressing *3 or otherwise raising your hand. So far, we have one person in line for public comment. I will unmute them now.
This is anonymous number 3. Please let me know when I may begin.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. If it is the case that something is being closed due to the petitioner wanting it to be closed and having received the records, I would urge the task force not to put in modifiers like in a timely manner, because the fact that the complaint was filed probably means that it wasn't in a timely manner. They may have eventually received the records, but I don't think SOTF should make a conclusion that the respondent didn't violate the law on timeliness simply because someone closes the complaint. I'm not sure what benefit there would be in saying something like that, unless the complainant themselves said that they received them within the timeline required, in which case I'm not sure why there would be a complaint. Thank you very much.
I do not see any other parties raising their hand at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll go ahead and move to a vote on this. So, looks like Cheryl, when you're ready.
Member Wong, Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 8 in favor,
Okay, thank you, Cheryl.
2 absent.
Perfect. Okay. I think we can go ahead and move on to our next item then at this point.
Item number 3, Administrators Report, Complaints, and Communications.
Okay, so Cheryl, I'll let you present the report.
Right. Tricky. Hang on a second, I'm going to have to go to my digital copy. So the first item on the report is a schedule of all committee meetings and task force meetings through the end of December, being December 27, concluding with compliance and amendments. You will also note on this agenda, on this matter, this memo, that on August 9, there is a rules committee meeting scheduled, which I found out today is not going to happen. Petitions and complaints. 1, 2, 3, 4. $11 new cases since the last report. We kind of jumped up on pending task force complaints from 171 last month to 197 this month. I included the complaint committee minutes. I included communications from Mr. Winchapillier. He made 3 of them. And the record of emails is pretty significant. It's 181, which is actually a little less than we had last month. But these are the vacation months, so I expect that's all going to change pretty much at the end of April, beginning of September, when people start to return to work. You know, these are the vacation months. You have a list of emails that I have gotten, as well as the minutes and the communications. So that's my report.
Thank you, Cheryl. I have a quick question for you. On the Rules Committee meeting item, so I had emailed Angela our tentative meeting schedule back on July 22nd and did not receive a response to that. So I guess my question is if you or Victor know if this is a temporary cancellation for the month of August and what options we have available to reschedule the Rules Committee hearing, since the Rules Committee has been working on our annual report, which I know is an important thing we want to get out. So if that date is not available, what other dates would be available to?
You know what? I only got word this morning from my supervisor, Elisa Samara, that she was like 100% sure that Angela would say to reschedule this meeting. The sooner we do it, the better. That way she has time to think about it. She's on vacation though, so I have no way of contacting her. I don't know where she is. I'm only able to contact Alyssa. She's out of the area, so I don't know what her reception issues are, if she has any, but she was able to answer.
If you don't mind me interrupting, I think the issue is going back long term in that we were supposed to be limited to so many meetings per month, and we got away from that during the last 2 years just because it was so easy to meet online. And I think she's holding the line in trying to limit staff time for these night meetings, so that because we're just falling behind with all these meetings, there's so much more paperwork that we have to keep up with, and it's just causing backlogs with so many meetings going on. So it's a matter of the number of meetings per month and not the nature of the meeting itself. If that helps any.
Somewhat, Victor. So if I could ask just to follow up on that, is it an option for us to piggyback this meeting on another meeting, or would it, like, for instance, if CAC were to meet at, let's say, 4:30, could this meet at 6:30 or something? Or if Rules Committee needs to meet, does it need to entirely swap out with an existing meeting?
I would say that would be acceptable, as we have done that in the past, prior to COVID. We would have one meeting start at 4 and go to 6, and then start another meeting from 6 to 7 or 8. I would tentatively say that would be acceptable, but I would need to double check on it. But I personally don't foresee a problem, but I would have to check on that.
Okay, maybe could you check on that and then loop in member neighbors and the rest of the Rules Committee to see what would work for them and what options would be available for them to meet?
So you're thinking next month? Is that the idea?
Well, I was thinking, CAC obviously meets, later this month, complaints meets later this month. And so I don't know to what extent that the members' availability would be, before or after one of those meetings. But if that's an option, then we wouldn't have to continue to postpone this, since I think there's, some level of urgency particularly with the annual report.
I will look into that and try to get an answer.
Okay, thank you. And I see Member Schmidt and then Member Wolf have their hand up. So Member Schmidt, if you want to go first.
Yeah, first on that Rules Committee item, I would say I also hope that meeting can be rescheduled, but on a different basis, because there was a part of the list of proposals that had gone through the complaints committee that was now going over to the Rules Committee. And I think it was the fourth of our 6 items. And I'm just hoping that can kind of push forward. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing, I had a question, and this is probably for Cheryl, although if anyone else knows, the number of cases went up by 26, you said. That seems like a pretty significant number. Is there any way to know why that would be such a big number?
Well, my guess is that having the number of anonymous complaints that were submitted that were heard by complaint committee, and at the same time we had quite a number of Mr. Kramer's complaints. That was 13 complaints just in one committee hearing, and so they came in pretty, were heard pretty quickly after they came in. So
Okay. So that's why the total number of pending cases went up by 26 since last month. Okay.
I write the summaries on most of these complaints.
Yeah.
I don't see anything completely unusual. They're just more volume coming in.
Volume. All
Yeah.
right. So
Over the years, over the last 5 years, the number has slowly been ticking up. Last year we were over, I think we're in well over 100, and it looks like this year we're on pace to go over 150.
Yeah. Got it.
It's slowly
Okay, thank you.
going up. I don't see anything unusual about the cases coming in. It's just more volume.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Cheryl. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Member Schmidt. And Member Schmidt, just so you know, tentatively on the Rules Committee agenda, we did have that consent agenda item that was referred over. So that you're absolutely right. That's another thing that they were going to address, and so that's yet another reason why we don't want to let that continue to languish and wait for it.
Nice.
Yep. Okay, Member Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll stay on this particular thread. How many outstanding complaints are lined up for committee hearings at this time?
Don't mind giving me a moment. I will take a look at the charts and take a quick look and try and give you a good guess, unless you have that number handy, Cheryl.
Well, just in the report, it says that there are, what was it, 171? Is that correct?
from last month.
That might be the total number.
Pending committee hearings, 127?
That's how I counted it.
Right. Mr. Chair, I was to understand that we were all caught up with committee hearings on complaints and that they're just waiting to be scheduled for the task force. No?
Yeah, Cheryl, that's a good question. I thought, because I know we had for EOT, we only had a couple, 2 or 3 complaints because I thought we were caught up on that. So do we really have 100 and some pending committee hearing? If so, how can we get more of those on committee calendars? My understanding when we talked a couple weeks ago that there was even talk of canceling EOT since we didn't have any that were pending committee hearings. So
Hang on.
Give me one moment. I'm going to take a quick look. This is Victor again. I don't want to give any specific numbers, but we probably have at least 100 items pending before the complaint committee. But the majority of those items are by
Anonymous.
Anonymous or other individuals who have filed multiple quantities, and we limit how many of those we can schedule per meeting and which committee they go to. So in terms of new complaints, not associated with the 2 or 3 parties who have more than 20 complaints pending, those numbers are relatively low, of just new complaint filings because we push those forward as fast as we can. And we're slowly putting through anonymous and other Kramer complaints and those types through. We're scheduling those slowly through the complaint committee itself.
Okay, so it's the multiple ones that are only going through complaints, and we limit those to 2 per complaint committee hearing. Is that
We attempt to limit it to 2 unless there's some special circumstances, such as today.
right? Right.
Just for the 2022 year, the number of cases that have not been heard, including anonymous, I count at 31.
We have 31 that have not gone to committee at all.
That were new for this past month.
Yeah, I'm looking for the total though. I mean, otherwise it's very hard for any of us to gauge, you know, how many were truly in backlog, because there's 2 backlogs. One is a backlog at the committee level, and then once the committee has approved jurisdiction and satisfied the 45-day rule, then it's in the holding for the task force. So just
If
trying
you
to get an
want to give
idea.
me some time, I will give you an accurate number.
Okay, thanks.
If you want to move on to other items before the end of the meeting, I will give you an accurate count.
Okay, appreciate that. The second item I wanted to bring up was in regards to rescheduling the Rules Committee. Mr. Chair, did we get that that kind of notice in writing from the clerk's office? Was there an official,
If we did, I did not
notice?
get that. No, I mean, the only thing that I had is what I asked Cheryl to send out to everyone. It sounded like a verbal communication to Cheryl. Cheryl, maybe you could
It
elaborate
was a
on that.
text. I got a text from Elisa.
Okay, I think that's a somewhat inappropriate. I think, you know, we're an official body. This affects our actual official business. And I think there should be an actual memo that comes from the office so we know that it's, you know, just not maybe somebody, you know, using somebody else's phone. We don't know. I think there absolutely needs to be some on the official letterhead that says that there's going to be a change in our scheduling, or that we're going to be losing a meeting day. And I think that's it just should be done that way. I'd feel more comfortable that it was in the record in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. I would tend to agree. I think it would be helpful for the entire task force to have a written policy or procedure so that we know how to schedule these, so that no one's, you know, caught off guard, and that we can make the necessary arrangements ahead of time, just so that everyone is on the same page. So maybe Victor or Cheryl, you could, you know, relay that to Angela or Elisa and ask them to, you know, send a formal communication to us all, just so we're aware of what options we can work within and what constraints we have. I think that'd be helpful for everyone so that we're all on the, you know, the same page. I'm sure we can make it work, but we just kind of all need to know what the expectations are, and I think that's the best way to do it. Member Schmidt, I see your hand still up. Did you? Oh, okay. Did anyone else have anything for this particular item? If not, we'll go ahead and move to public comment at this point.
Hang on.
If you'd like to make public comment at this time, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 or otherwise raising your hand through the program. At this time, we have, I believe, anonymous number 3 with his hand raised. I will unmute him at this time.
Please let me know when I may begin.
You ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. I did notice the same, I guess, confusion about the numbers. If 11 complaints were filed, it is confusing how the number went up by more than 11 unless some complaints were reopened. So I guess I don't really understand how those numbers work. But I also like to say, while I guess fortunately for the city, unfortunately for me, while I no longer really have time to file as many complaints about sunshine violations as I used to, there are now a lot more people who, including other anonymous people and general people, who know and use SOTF to file complaints against public officials. And so your trend of getting more complaints will keep continuing simply because a lot more people know to use the Sunshine Ordinance and to know to use the SOTF, which is a success for the SOTF, right? How it means to handle that obviously is a more complicated problem, but I know you have proposals on your various committees to do so, and I would urge you to consider those proposals as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anonymous. Do we have any other public commenters? Victor, we all set with public comment?
My apologies. I'm trying to do two different things. No one else has raised their hand at this time.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and close public comment here. So if there's nothing else on this item, I think we'll go ahead and move to the next item, which is that
Item 3A.
3A, yes.
Item number 3A is an apple, communication and referral from the Ethics Commission, development of appropriate procedures for handling this matter and related matters when the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is named as a respondent, communication from the Ethics Commission.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So I asked Cheryl to add this to, as this kind of a separate bullet point, since we received a communication from the Ethics Commission. This was a complaint that named the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force as a respondent, and then was submitted directly to the Ethics Commission. My understanding is the Ethics Commission looked at it under the willful violation portion and determined that since the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is not an elected official nor a department head, that they could not, proceed with even investigating under that provision. And so per their rules, they've kind of referred it back to us for the normal, complaint process. However, obviously in this case, it's the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force's name as a respondent. And so I reached out to DCA Price Wolf and asked for some advice, and was advised that to put this on the agenda so that we can discuss it as a group to see how we wanted to proceed. So as kind of a starting point, I think there's some potential ways, and it wouldn't just be this one. I guess more broadly, this could be any complaint that would potentially name the task force. But I suppose we could think of it a little bit more nuanced as whether they name the the specific administrator. That would be potentially one circumstance. There could be a circumstance where a specific member is named, or there could be a circumstance which this one appears to be where the task force as a whole is named. So I didn't know if anyone had some input on this, and so we could figure out how to proceed with handling this particular referral. So I'll leave it there and open it up. Okay, so I see Member LaHood and Member Wolf. So Member LaHood, if you want to start.
Was that me?
Yes.
Yes. So I have two different thoughts as far as what we do when the complaint is against us. If there's no other body that can evaluate this, I think we need to treat it like any other complaint, and and be fair about it. Having read the documents, I have some specific thoughts about when people request to be notified as media, or definitions of journalists and things like that. Do you want me to get into that, or do you just want to address how we handle complaints against the task force? I
think we'll probably want to stay away from the merits of it, only because this isn't past 5 o'clock, and I'm not sure we noticed the complainant that this would just be kind of a merit-based discussion. So probably save that for
Got it. Okay, then I have thoughts for a future meeting. But as far as what to do about this, if there's no other place to send it, I think we have to handle it ourselves.
Okay, Member Wolf.
So I just want to be kind of prudent about this. A complaint did not come through the task force, with the task force being a respondent, and then referred to the Ethics Commission. This was a complaint that was filed with the Ethics Commission directly, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay.
We never saw it went directly to the Ethics Commission first.
Okay, so the Ethics Commission did due diligence. They reviewed it and found that it's not in their purview. End of story. We're the respondent. I don't know that we can we can review review it upon and reflect upon ourselves if we want to take that. But as far as a complaint, an official complaint, if there's no other body in the city that's willing to take up the complaint, then the only other place that a person can take it up is in court, and the ordinance provides them with that privilege and allowance. So I'm I'd be open to us, looking at it and reflecting on, the items in the complaint and how we might be able to make things work better. But I don't think it should be regarded that we should take it on as an official complaint to be adjudicated. There's no way that we can actually do that onto ourselves.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. I see Member Schmidt.
Yeah, in many ways, I agree with everything that was said so far on this. I do think that there's some law to be considered. The way that I get to sort of my thinking on this is it's sort of a specific path. One is that if we have the first question would be, is there an issue that would be within our ambit in some way? That could be called jurisdiction, etc. And it does seem like that may be the case, that we would be looking at, was there a violation, or was there a failure of some kind? And so then I think we come to the question, which I think is probably the second question, is on a first level basis, can we then look at it? And I think from first blush, I would say that our answer is no, because we have a conflict of interest. So that's sort of 1 and 2 for me. Then the third question is, well, where do we send it? And the possibility, I don't know if, well, obviously in this case, we can't really send it to ethics because we know they don't want it because they sent it over here. And there's nowhere else we send it. So I believe that at least within the city, there's nowhere city and county. There's nowhere else that would look at this. I think that's established. And so that's there. I'm in agreement with Member LaHood. And yet, on the other hand, I'm in agreement with Chair Wolf, former Chair Wolf, Chair Emeritus Wolf, that they do have a remedy in court. So that's sort of the way I look at this. Now, what do we do about the conflict of interest is sort of the big question we're dealing with here. There is something which I believe is done in courts where you have a conflict of interest of this kind, and yet you want to see if you would still hear it, because there's an exception to conflict of interest called the rule of necessity. And this may be something that legal counsel might have, insight about, although I've seen it myself also. The rule of necessity says that sometimes, even and this is usually in courts we're talking about, although it's also in administrative processes where it can apply. Basically, the question is there no other way that a matter can be resolved? And if there's no other way that a matter can be resolved, then in certain circumstances, there's an exception to the conflict of interest, and therefore we would have basically sort of a resolved conflict that could let us look at this thing. And so the final question that comes is, which I think may be the way that I would try to deal with this is, well, we know nowhere else in the city will do it, but a court, the Superior Court, would be able to look at this. So is that although an alternative avenue that means that, yes, there is a way they can go, therefore our conflict is not resolved? Or is that not a sufficient way because it's not an administrative way? I don't know if there's anything, I don't know if there's anything specific out there about, the administrative versus a judicial remedy. My tendency would be to think, as Chair Wolf said, that we would tell Sullivan that he's got to go to court on this one because we have an unresolvable conflict, and that's a remaining available remedy to him. So that's it. That's my analysis. Sorry it took a while, but there you go.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. And I see Member LaHood. I just want to jump in real fast with a thought, and then I'll pass it over to you, Member LaHood. The part that stood out to me was looking at 6735, and it talks about that this could go to, and it says a person may institute proceedings for enforcement of penalties under this act in any court of competent jurisdiction or before the Ethics Commission. Enforcement action is not taken by a city or state official 40 days after a complaint is filed. And so that leads me to believe that even though ethics may, by way of their ordinary policy, refer it to us, I'm not sure that they can't actually hear this if we were to, have a finding that we find this to be a conflict of interest and essentially refer it back to them with those instructions. I'm not sure just because they don't want to do it doesn't mean they can't necessarily do it, which are two different things. So that was my thought. Member LaHood?
Yeah, I just had a question about the petitioner. The petitioner intentionally sent this to ethics first. Ethics sent it to us. Have we asked the petitioner whether the petitioner would even want the task force to entertain this complaint?
I don't think we've done that yet. We did notice, Mr. Sullivan, that this would be on the calendar. He may be present. We could certainly see Mr. Sullivan if you're in the audience and wanted to comment on Member LaHood's question. If you could raise your hand. So we look like we may have a hand up there, if that's Mr. Sullivan.
We'll go ahead and unmute them.
Hello, this is Sullivan. Yes, and I can go into a bunch of other things, but remember that the complaint was written for the Ethics Commission. Did you hear me?
I think you cut out a little bit there, Mr. Sullivan.
The complaint was written for the Ethics Commission. I can go into more detail. Let me see if I can
Mr.
increase.
Sullivan, I think the question Member LaHood was asking is if this is something you
Yes,
wanted.
I said yeah. Yes, to her question.
Okay, so this is something you would be interested in having our own body take up, even though we're the named respondent?
You're framing it that way.
Okay, but maybe you could clarify if that's
Okay, so there are several components to this complaint, two of which are public records requests. As you know, and previously stated by Chair Wolf, one big difference between the CPRA and the Sunshine Ordinance is that Section 67.1A says every person, while the CPRA is to the agency. Some of you did not take my request well, and part of the public request on the second public request names both Chairman Wolf, past Chairman Wolf, and what was Vice Chair Matthew Yankee. Also, I can tell you that speaking to the Ethics Commission, you guys can send it back to them. So, Member Yankee's correct.
so let me ask you this, Mr. Sullivan. Would you feel comfortable if we were to refer this back to ethics? Or would you rather us try to piece through it ourselves?
You can send it back to ethics.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Let's see, I see Member Schmidt and Member Wolf's hand up. I don't know which one was first. Okay, Member Wolf?
Yeah, folks, let's be clear on exactly what the response from the Ethics Commission is saying. They have made a determination, and the first sentence, it's starting on page 54 at the bottom. It says, please find attached a complaint to the Ethics Commission is referring to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Basically, it's saying that they received a complaint and it's referring to the Sunshine Task Force as the respondent. Okay. Then the second part is the Ethics Commission investigators concluded that the Ethics Commission does not have jurisdiction. Okay, and then it goes on saying that SOTF is not a department, and that the chair is not a department head, and so then it says that it's referring the complaint to the Sunshine Task Force, in accordance with Admin Code Section 6734. But reading through the complaint, there's no mention of the complaint to the Ethics Commission for a violation of 6734 that I could find. If you see it and I missed it somewhere, then let me know. But I'm looking, starting on page 60, which lists the complaints. I don't see 6734 listed in there. And continuing to scan through the rest of the complaint document to ethics. So the third part of this is that if they're referring to us, it's our choice whether we want to accept it as a complaint or not. And that's why I mentioned before that I'm not necessarily, I'm not of the mind that we would accept it as a complaint and adjudicate it that way, but we can accept it and contemplate it as to whether there needs to be any corrections with regards to a request that was made, and could we make that request whole? And if there needs to be some changes in our processes, then we can, also review that. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. I don't think it rises to the task force taking it up as an official complaint, despite what the Ethics Commission is saying that they're doing. I think we need to determine that ourselves first.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. Anyone else? We want to have a motion on this one way or another?
Apologies, we do have one more speaker. Let me unmute them now.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have public comment on this.
I've raised my hand for public comment. Is that what's happening right now?
I didn't think we were at public comment, but I'll
okay.
go ahead and call for public comment. So
My apologies.
no, that's okay. We'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and do it. I don't see any members, so maybe this will help.
Any members of the public like to make the comment at this time, you can raise your hand by pressing *3, or otherwise raising your hand. We have one person with their hand raised, and I have already unmuted them. Anonymous number 3.
So are you ready to begin?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. I don't think the task force should hear this as an actual complaint. I don't know how anyone can have faith in a ruling by the task force, positive or negative, against the task force. I think the task force should look at this maybe as its own procedures, just as a discussion item, and maybe it should correct its procedures, and maybe it should correct its response to any records request. I don't know. I haven't read the actual complaint. But the Ethics Commission sometimes, I'm not sure if they're making a mistake or it's a mistake by some other party, but the Ethics Commission can get a complaint 2 ways. One is under 6734 for willful violation by a department head, which makes sense that the SOTF and former Chair Wolf aren't department heads. But there's that other provision that I think Chair Yankee read, which is if you don't act on it for 40 days, the person can take it to Ethics Commission, and Ethics Commission can hear the case just like the court can, and order the SOTF to produce the records. So it seems like that's exactly what you should do. You should say we can't make a decision, and after 40 days, since it was referred to you, the Ethics Commission should take it up. At least that's what it seems like the only way to ensure that a decision is made without a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Anonymous. Any other public comment?
That completes our list of public commenters.
Okay, thank you, Victor.
There is the person who, there is the petitioner. If you want, I don't know if public comment is the time for him to provide additional comments.
Yeah, I'll allow it if Mr. Sullivan has any additional comments to make.
Again, it's not, you can read the Ethics Commission. They didn't go into details. And I know a lot more because I've dealt with the Ethics Commission. And just because they wrote that it's a Sunshine Ordinance Task Force doesn't mean that that's what they view the complaint as. And they are referring it to you because you guys are the experts on the Sunshine Ordinance. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Is that it for the queue, Victor?
Yes, that completes the list of public commenters.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so members, we have to figure out a path forward here for us to handle this. So, any proposals? Member Schmidt?
Not a proposal yet, but I want to just say that this matter may not be the one that should cause us to make a broad sort of like guideline for how to deal with these kind of things, because this is a specific sort of like chain of events that happened. And so I don't know, Chair Yankee, if you had, it seemed like the way that it was presented to us, it looks like we were possibly going to talk about like, how do we deal with anything, I guess, that is brought against the task force. But I don't know if I would feel comfortable today, like doing anything that would be sort of like a broad brush type of approach. I think that what we should figure out is only right now what we do with this matter because of its specific circumstance.
Yeah, and that's what we'll take. Member Schmidt, I intentionally wrote it broadly in case our discussion happened to go into that direction, that we wouldn't be going outside of an agendized topic, but it doesn't say mean we have to go there. I think the only thing we really do need to worry about is what you said, what to do with this specific item in front of us so that we know how to go forward. Do we have any proposals on this? It's all right. I guess I'll not necessarily make a motion, but kind of I think frame our two potential options. We can, I think, just take more generally, take it under advisement and do nothing. In which case, the 40 days would elapse, and the petitioner could go back to the Ethics Commission and say that we didn't take action, and I think it's pretty clear why we didn't, and ask the Ethics Commission that way. I think, or B, we could be a little bit more proactive or in the way we do it, and we could make a motion to send it back to ethics, saying that we feel it's a conflict of interest and that we don't intend to. So I think one is more if we just kind of don't do anything, or option B, I think is that we specifically make a referral back. And there's if anyone else had any other options, we can consider those as well. Member LaHood?
I'd like to know whether Mr. Sullivan is whether his chief interests are resolution of his questions or censure. If his interests are resolution and getting what he's asking for, I think we could keep it with us. If it's primarily about censure, then I think it needs to go out.
So, Mr. Sullivan, perhaps you could respond to Member LaHood's question. And Victor, I don't know if you could unmute Mr. Sullivan.
I have a lot of respect for past Chair Wolf and Chair Yankee. My thing is more for resolution than censure. But, when the task force gets the complaint, the complainant doesn't necessarily know all the words or the sections that apply to that complaint. And so you should look at this complaint the same way if you are going to take it up, because it was written for the Ethics Commission. It wasn't written for you. But I'm good either way. You know, I would say that if you're going to wait 40 days, you might as well just do what Chair Yankee says, just send it back over to the Ethics Commission. I do agree with the conflict of interest, and that's the main reason why I sent it to the Ethics Commission anyway, realizing that it may not meet their definition of department. But good.
I was going to say, you know, to Member LaHood's point, I mean, what we could do also as another option is, you know, informally kind of refer it to a committee where it's not necessarily to find a violation, but we could certainly have you talk to the committee, say, hey, I'm looking for X, Y, and Z. The committee could say, let me see if I can facilitate that for you. And that might be a faster way. I don't think anyone here on the task force is trying to withhold things. And so if there's something that we can get you, and you know, I don't want to delay it for 40 days. If we could get you something faster, you know, just to get you what you want, we could look at it as an informal type of process rather than necessarily a complaint in an official order of determination type of finding thing. I don't know if that's something, Mr. Sullivan, that you would want us to do.
I mean, I wanted to be notified of special meetings because it's hard not to know when they're happening. But I'm really, I'm pretty upset about how the public records requests were handled. They should have been handled professionally, and they weren't. And my request also should have been handled professionally, and it wasn't. Even if you guys decided that I am not a local media, I still should have due process and be heard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. And I see Member Highland's hand up.
Yes, Member Highland here. You know, this is a little bit past what we're talking about, but I'm curious as to, you know, what is our process for notifying local media? You know, in my 10 years, it's the first time I've heard something like this come up. Is it something we send above and beyond our normal noticing? And if so, I'd be curious to see what remedies do we now have in place. This doesn't happen again. And then as far as the actual records request, has Mr. Sullivan received what he was after at this point?
28 days after I received number one record request, number two was never officially stated that there was no, I mean, nobody has said if there was a procedure or not procedure to it. But the fact is that you guys don't have a solid media list, and you don't notify anyone, even though over a year ago I asked to be notified. And all this happened right after a special meeting in January. So if you had known, you know, if you knew that you had a solid service list in your office, then you would have known right then and there. And the fact that you waited 28 days to say, no, we don't have a solid service list. You know, it's just, you guys are supposed to be the exemplary commission.
You know, without getting into the merits, which is kind of where we're heading with this, I'm just curious to know whether, you know, we have, and I agree, you know, special meetings, I'm not sure if they're noticed, how they're noticed. I think the first time around on that special meeting, we had a technical issue, I believe, and then we had to cancel the whole meeting and reschedule it. So was all of that noticed as well? I am curious, you know, And maybe that's something we can discuss, under announcements or something else, so that we're not getting into the merits in this particular moment. But I'm happy for this to come over to EOT, which is the subcommittee I chair, Mr. Sullivan, and we can work on, getting your answers to 1, 2, and 3, if that's the direction the full task force would like to take. But if nothing else, regardless of where this goes, I think it may have identified, something we could do better at. So that's I'll end there.
Okay, thank you, Member Highland. I see Member Schmidt and Member LaHood.
Yeah, at this point, I, as a matter of just precaution, because I'm a licensed member of the bar, I'm going to declare a conflict and recuse myself on this matter. So I'm not going to consider it any further at this point today.
Okay, Member LaHood.
Since I am not likely to be in that meeting, I just want to get on the record as saying I think we should have a place on our website or where people can call in and request to be put on a list. And we can call it the media list, but it should be open to anyone who wants to receive alerts. I have signed up for lists from about 25 or 30 different city departments. I happen to be a journalist, but nobody asks me if I'm a journalist. You just sign up and you get the alerts. And I think the task force should operate in the same way.
Okay, thank you, Member LaHood. Member Neighbors.
Thanks, Chair Yankee. I'm also super interested in this, and I agree, Member Highland, and I'm glad you're interested in taking it up. But I might also attend that meeting because I feel really strongly that those special meetings, I think we're doing the minimum, and that's not what we do. We try to go a little bit above it, and this is true also when we were putting the rule, and bringing the rules meeting together, the rules committee. I post the agendas that we have on Twitter because I think that that's at least one additional way to get them out. But that we don't have an official channel for doing that. And I know for me, that's how I hear about special meetings for other bodies in the city, is because they are in my feed somewhere. And I'm not signed up for any alerts, but I am on social media a lot. So I think that, whatever the merits of the case and wherever that goes, it's definitely something we're not doing well that we need to improve on.
Thank you, Member Neighbors. Member Wolf.
So thank you, Member Highland, for taking that up under your wing there. And I'd just like to say, ever since I've been on this task force, there's always been a place, for people to sign up to get agendas specifically delivered to them. It just has been a standard. So, I think that should definitely be reviewed. And the meetings are posted in the same manner as all the other meetings. The one thing that I'm not sure what's happening is over at the library, because generally they get posted both at outside the clerk's office physically and somewhere in the library physically and on the website. So I think the additional publishing of it on social media or whatever online other bulletin boards or what have you is a great idea. But I just want to mention that because that service list has been in existence for as long as I can remember.
This is Victor Young. I just want to let you know we do not maintain any special list for any special noticing or agenda distribution. We have not had that list in as long as I can tell. I do not send anything to any agency or any specific person. The Board of Supervisors maintains a weekly schedule that is emailed out on a weekly basis, which includes our agendas. But we do not maintain a special email list or any type of list for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, as we cannot be responsible for accidental missing of an email or a notice. And that is why we do not do that.
Okay, that's kind of news to me, because I subscribe to a number of agendas and meeting notices from other commissions, and with due diligence, I get them in a timely manner. And I know before we had internet to be able to post anything to a website, and there were hundreds of double-sided pages that were being delivered by hand sometimes to our homes, that there was a service list at that time for anyone else that requested an agenda to be delivered to them. So I don't know where that stops.
That list existed in the past, but it was a subscription-based list. And since no one subscribes to it anymore, we do not do it.
Okay.
By subscription based, I mean it was a fee-based list where we mail out the agendas to whoever wanted to subscribe to it. But as no one has subscribed to it in many years, we have stopped that practice.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm just going to kind of throw out a reminder that we probably want to keep the discussion away too much from the merits of the case, since that wasn't particularly agendized. I don't want to get too much into the details of that. So I still see Member Schmidt and Member Highland's hands up. I'm not sure if this is left over or.
We have another person who's raised their hand. It appears to be a new user. Would you like me to unmute them?
Let's hold off on that, Victor. Let's wait till we.
They've lowered their hand, so it was a mistake.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see if we can get a motion on this, and then we can go ahead and open up public comment on a motion. So we've had a lot of discussion on this. I think we've been on this for probably going on about 45 minutes here. Does someone want to take a motion here out? See if we can find a way to at least resolve this for now.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I'd like to make a motion to refer this matter back to the Ethics Commission directly, and also to, I don't know if I can say this, but can we add an agenda item to the EOTC agenda for the next meeting to discuss how we want to do any special noticing for special meetings that are upcoming on the full task force agenda.
Okay, so it sounds like the motion is to refer this complaint back to ethics and to also add an agenda item on the EOT meeting agenda to discuss special noticing for special meetings. Did I get that? Okay, so that's Vice Chair Wong's motion.
I think you're muted, Member Highland.
As chair of EOTC, I will second that motion. This is Member Highland.
Okay, so Cheryl, do you have that?
Yeah. Do you want me to repeat it?
Sure. Why don't we repeat it just to make sure?
All right. Moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member Highland, to refer the matter back to the Ethics Commission and include this item on the next Education, Outreach, and Training Committee agenda to discuss noticing for special meetings.
Okay, great.
Discuss noticing, period, I think.
Just noticing, not special meetings?
I think just noticing, right? Number one?
Yeah. And remove this item. I don't want to say specifically this matter, so.
This item?
You ready, Cheryl? Go ahead and read it back to us just to make sure.
Okay. Moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member Highland, to refer this item back to the Ethics Commission and include this item on the next Education, Outreach, and Training Committee agenda to discuss noticing.
I think Cheryl, I think Vice Chair Wong was suggesting we don't say this item on the EOT agenda, just say, and include an item on the EOT agenda to discuss noticing. So this item only is going to be referred back, and then just a more general.
And include an item on the, yeah, got it.
Okay.
Or open a file, or
yeah. Okay, so we have a motion out there now. So do we have any discussion on this motion? If not, I'll go ahead and open up public comment on this motion. So
any members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time can raise their hand by pressing *3 or otherwise using the application to raise their hand. We have 2 hands raised right now. I will go ahead and unmute or 3. I will unmute our first caller.
Hello, this is anonymous number 3. Please let me know when I may begin.
You ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. As many members of the task force who have been here for a long time know, Ethics Commission will look for any technicality to dismiss the complaint or not hear it. And therefore, I may suggest that your referral happens on the 41st day after you got the complaint, because they will say, well, it doesn't meet the definition of the 40 days of inaction. So I would encourage your motion to be amended to refer 41 days after the date this task force received the complaint. Otherwise, I'm betting they will just say, well, we still don't have jurisdiction, so complaint gone. And I would say, if it is correct what Mr. Young said, I don't know how any body is complying with 67.6F if none of the local media is ever receiving such notices. Thank you very much.
Chair Yankee, you were muted.
Oh, thanks. I was going to say, Victor, do we have another speaker?
Yes. Are we ready?
Mr.
Victor,
Pilpel,
I need you
ready?
guys to help assist with this.
Mr. Pilpel?
It is. Hello.
Okay, are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, David Pilpel. So I think on the motion, and I'm sorry I missed some of the earlier discussion. I was finishing up with ballot simplification that went on all day. On referring the matter back to the Ethics Commission, I would suggest that you include a cover letter explaining why you're returning it to them, and whether, and if that's because you feel that the task force lacks jurisdiction or it's properly before them for whatever reason, right? If they sent it over to the task force and you're sending it back, I would try to explain why. A little bit on the merits as I read the material and heard some of the discussion. By way of background, both 67.6F, and I didn't look it up right now, but there's a corresponding section in the Brown Act about providing special meeting notice. This really is some weird old provision, pre-internet, pre-everything, and if you read this carefully, it's to each member of such policy body and the local media who have requested written notice of special meetings in writing. Although written notice in writing, yeah, okay, anyway, the point is that anyone who qualifies and makes a written request and says, I want to get copies of all special meeting notices, those have to be delivered personally or by mail to those people if they are members of the local media. And the idea was so that the Board of Supervisors or other legislative bodies couldn't just schedule a special meeting and not bother to tell anyone, like in the press room. That was the original idea. That has, by way of extension through the Brown Act and the ordinance, it also applies to all policy bodies. So if a member of the local media requests in writing to be so notified, then they must be so notified by operation of the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance, even if, as Victor indicated, the Board of Supervisors is not currently doing that. If somebody requested it in writing, the board would have to make those provisions. I say all of this. Do I have 30 seconds?
Yep.
Great. So I say all of this to connect it to a prior discussion at either the task force or at one of the committees about the possibility of a Twitter account, where I suggested not having a task force Twitter account, but instead setting up an email list, or any member of the public, press or otherwise, could say, hey, please do send me a notice when you schedule a special meeting or post an agenda. And so everyone who cares, even if it's the small community around Sunshine, would get such an email and would be so notified. I think there are ways to do it. It's not burdensome. It doesn't limit anything. It safe harbor provisions, all of that fun stuff. But that is a thing to explore as part of the EOT discussion. I hope that helps. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. And do we have any other speakers?
Sullivan?
Hey, Cheryl, when you're...
Yeah. Mr. Sullivan, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I'm for this motion. Whether it happens, I don't think the Ethics Commission is actually going to wait 40 days, but if they want to wait 40 days, they can. As far as what was previously spoken about, it's Brown Act 54954.1 that any person may request a copy of the agenda or a copy of all documents constituting an agenda packet. This is the one that goes on that it needs to be mailed. Section 67.6 is about special meetings, and you don't have to mail the special meeting notice. You just have to, you can do it by email, it's fine. But I thank Member Wong for her motion. I hope it passed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Do we have any other speakers?
I'm going to unmute them.
Yes. Can you tell me when to start, please?
Just a moment. Mr. Warfield, are you ready to begin?
Whenever you give the word.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I think that the motion is okay, but it doesn't really cover the territory that your agenda item is covering. And the larger question that I don't hear being taken up, and I think it should be, is what happens if there is a complaint or there are complaints about something that members of the task force or the whole task force, for that matter, the support group around the task force, but primarily the task force itself is complained against. Clearly there are some problems there, but those need to be resolved in some way, because if you don't resolve it, then basically there's a kind of world of limbo in which the task force is completely unaccountable. The task force won't take a complaint against itself, apparently, And the Ethics Commission isn't taking this particular complaint against the task force. Well, where does that leave the accountability question? What is the accountability? There needs to be some way for there to be accountability. Now, I recall once upon a time the Ethics Commission got another Ethics Commission when they thought there was a conflict. They got another Ethics Commission in another jurisdiction to take up a case. I also remember a case where a member of the task force brought a complaint against an agency and had to recuse themselves as a complainant from sitting on the task force for that item. So that was a solution where a member of the task force was involved in a complaint, although this time it was somebody who was on the side of the complainant rather than on the side of the respondent. But I do think that that's a very significant need that you have. Furthermore, you're very definitely in violation for not having a list of people who may have requested or can request getting agendas. The special meeting is clearly for people who may be following it regularly and know when the regular meetings are, but the special meetings have all the more significance because they can be sprung, as was suggested. But the larger question of which list you maintain according to the law you haven't solved, and you're in violation. Thanks very much. Needs to be dealt with.
Do we have any other callers? Victor?
My button's not working. That was our last public commenter on this matter.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll go ahead and close public comment then. And I see Member Wolf's hand up, so I'll hand it over to him.
Yeah, I just wanted to just point out for EOT Chair Highland, 67.6F, which is what former SOTF member Pilpel was referring to. That's the with regards to special meetings. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. So there were, just before we vote, there was some discussion about whether we should wait a certain amount of time before sending a referral, or I believe there was a suggestion to include something that we felt that this was a conflict of interest, or to include some type of reasoning. I don't know if we want to include that in the motion or not.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I'm happy to. I don't know if others feel strongly one way or the other.
Just me personally, I think it would be helpful to say, that we felt it was a conflict of interest, and I don't think there's a need to wait the 40-some days. I think that's, I don't want to delay it unnecessarily, but I think the suggestion to include some reasoning about why we're doing it, even though I know we discussed it a lot, just so it's there in a motion for the Ethics Commission to look at. It can't hurt.
Sure. Yeah, so maybe I'll amend my motion to say it's a motion to refer this matter back to the Ethics Commission due to a conflict of interest, being the named party in the complaint, and then yada, yada, yada with the rest of the existing.
Seconder approves.
Okay, Cheryl, do you have that?
Hang on a second. I was just typing it up. Okay, I will repeat it. Moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member Wolf, to refer the matter back to the Ethics Commission due to a conflict of interest in being the named party in interest. What do you think?
And the rest of the old motion too.
Okay, let's get that.
And
include the item on the next DOT agenda to discuss noticing. Chair Yankee, that's
correct, right? Vice Chair Wong, Member Highland?
yes, but I was a seconder, not Member Wolf. So I think we can just streamline it one last time and just say referred back to ethics or conflict of interest. Just keep it at that. It's clear what we're referring to, and open a separate file on EOTC to discuss noticing. What I'd recommend.
All right, Chair, when you're ready, if you could reread it one more time, just so that we're all on the same page about what the amendment is.
Yeah, it was to delete that language. Moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member Wolf.
No. Member Highland.
Member Highland, okay. Seconded by Member Highland to refer the matter back to the Ethics Commission due to a conflict of interest.
And?
Oh, you're going to add that, okay. And include this item on the next EOT agenda to discuss noticing.
Okay, is that, no, Vice Chair Wong, did you want to have?
I heard this item. We want to say include an item.
Yeah.
Member Highland here. Why don't we just say open a file at the next EOT to discuss noticing?
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member Highland to refer this matter back to the Ethics Commission due to a conflict of interest, and open a file at the next Education Outreach and Training Committee hearing to discuss noticing.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead, since that's an amended motion, we'll go ahead and take public comment on the amendment. If there is any. So this would be *3 if you'd like to give public comment on that amendment.
We have one person who is raising their hand. I have unmuted them.
Yes, I'm waiting. If you can hear me, I'm waiting to hear when I can start.
Carol?
You ready, Mr. Warfield?
Yes, just give me the word.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 @yahoo.com, and also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. Those of us who've been active with the Library Commission have certainly had a lot of experience with sunshine matters, and those certainly, I think, help inform our general background as well as our specific background about specific issues. I'm glad to hear that it sounds like you are expanding the scope of your forwarding for discussion. I think it's very important. I'm not sure that it should go to a committee first, especially if that's going to delay the discussion. The whole question of openness and of noticing is very important and very significant. And there are questions as to whether people might even miss meetings, especially if they are special meetings. I actually was quite shocked not to hear about some special meetings, at least one of which I only learned about as sort of an accident because it was mentioned as an aside. At one point in some meeting, I don't believe there was any notice even mentioned about a decision being made about it or that it was happening, was even mentioned in a regular minutes of the Sunshine Task Force. So I think this is a very significant and very important matter that the full task force certainly ultimately, and I think during the whole process, needs to discuss. I'm not opposed to any particular committee doing work on it, but I'm glad that you're including this larger question in this motion. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Do we have any other public commenters?
Yes, we do. One moment.
Can you hear me now?
A second, Mr. Pilpel.
Thanks.
Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Great, David Pilpel. I really don't have much to add here. I have no issue with the amendment. I have no issue with the motion. I just was going to suggest that you confirm with the Deputy City Attorney that both Member Wolf and Chair Yankee can vote on this motion. I don't think this goes to the substance of the allegations. I think it's merely procedural, but I think it would be good just to get on the record that at least those two members and perhaps that the whole task force can vote to refer this back without addressing the merits for which you either or both might be properly recused. Anyway, it's just to cover yourselves. That's my thought. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Do we have any other public commenters, Victor?
Every time I hit my button, it just goes somewhere else. That completes the public comment line.
Okay, great. We'll go ahead and close public comment. So I think we need to do two votes on this. The first will be on the amendment, and then the amended motion will replace the original motion. We'll take another vote on that. So that's the way this will work.
Sorry, Chair Yankee, could you repeat that?
Yeah, so what we're doing, the first vote is going to be on the amendment. Then the amendment is going to replace the original motion. We'll take a second vote on that. So it's going to be two votes. So the first vote is the amendment, but it's essentially a full entire amendment, right? So once we vote on the amendment, that's going to replace the initial motion. And then we'll take a second vote, which would be the new motion with the fully amended language. So before we do that, members, do we have any final discussion? I don't want to go too quickly here. Okay, not seeing any hands. So Cheryl, when you're ready, this will be the vote on the amendment.
Okay. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Accused.
Recused. Hang on a second. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein, absent. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf.
I not hearing anything else, I'm going to say aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7 ayes and 1 recusal.
Okay, so now we're going to vote again. This is now the amendment replaced the initial motion. So this is now voting on the initial motion that was replaced with that amended language.
Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt recused. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan.
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein, absent. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 2 a recusal and 2 absences.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. DC Price Wolf, we haven't had it since I've been on the task force, a recusal. I thought I recall that there were some actions that someone who does a recusal needs to take, some type of follow-up. Is that? Can you speak?
I don't know. Sorry. Can't be helpful here. But I just don't know the answer, whether there's certain steps someone needs to take. Are you suggesting before they recuse or after
I
they
thought
recuse?
it was after that they had to. I don't know if anyone else recalls that we received some type of memo on this. Member Wolf?
So generally, without any specific written rule on it, we fall back to Robert's rules. And Robert's rules, generally, a person can request to be recused, but they generally can't just recuse themselves. The way they do that is by leaving the room so that they're kind of absent from the vote. And considering we don't take abstentions, that is generally the way it works. But there has been 1 or 2 instances in my history where the task force actually recused a member because of their having a conflict, and it was at the pleasure of the task force to do the recusal, and then they would leave the room and they can't even observe it, so that there's no influence of being in the room or what have you, that kind of thing. So it is something that task force has known about, but hasn't taken up as far as creating some sort of process, but can fall back on Robert's rules, and that's generally the way it works.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. So I guess at this point we'll just go ahead and note it that way in the meeting minutes. But if DC Price Wolf, if you could take a look and see if there's any additional things we need to do just to make sure, that would be appreciated.
To do that during today's meeting.
All right, thanks. Okay, I think we're done with that item now. So let's go ahead and move to public comment since it's way past 5. We'll handle general public comment, and then we'll do a quick break before we go into the complaints. So Cheryl, if you want to go ahead and read the next item.
Item number 4, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Okay, so this would be the general public comment section. So if anyone would like to make general public comment, they can press *3 to be added to raise their hand, and then Victor will unmute you when it's your turn. So I'll hand it over to you, Victor and Cheryl.
Okay, we have 3 callers with their hands up at this time. I will unmute the first one.
Anonymous number 3, please let me know when I may begin.
Are you ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. This is with regards to a variety of my complaints that are pending. It's confusing to me in what order they are being heard, given the 2 complaints per committee rule. It seems sometimes kind of random, and I know I think it's Member Schmidt has brought this up, and I think Chair Yankee has brought this up in email as well. It would be helpful to just kind of know what order, or even that that the complaints are still pending, because as has happened now, some of like the most important complaints, those are the ones that have never been heard, and some of the less important ones do get heard. I'm not sure, and it's not in number order either, so I'm not really sure how that's working, and I hope someone can inform me, because there are some very important complaints related and filed at that time and concern the records regarding the corruption investigations in San Francisco. And for some reason, those are the ones that, as far as I know, have not been scheduled. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anonymous. And Victor or Cheryl, could one of you reach out to Anonymous and kind of get a handle on where his complaints are and what order he would like us to hear them so that we can start getting those agendized on future committees here?
Okay. As far as like his complaints being,
we will contact him. We don't need to talk about it right now. We're in the middle of public comment. We should just take public comment, and then we will discuss this matter with him after the meeting. I will unmute our next caller.
Okay, thanks.
Great. David Philpell again.
Are you ready, David?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Great. Okay, so 3 things today. Touching back very briefly on the issue of recusal, there is discussion in the Good Government Guide about how that process generally rolls out. I'm sorry I missed your initial discussion on the earlier item. Normally, in my experience, someone who has a financial conflict is required to not participate in the vote, may be required to disclose that on the record and then absent themselves from the room and from discussion of that item. If someone else believes that they have some other type of conflict that would suggest recusal, they can either before an item starts or during an item, if something comes up that triggers that, then they normally disclose that on the record and request to be recused. That's a discretionary action by the body. The body takes up that motion, and if the body votes to recuse the member at that point, then prior to or at that point during the item, the member leaves the room and absents themselves from participation on that item and only returns after the end of that item and are thereafter reported as being recused on the item. That's a general summary as to my understanding of how recusal works, but there are some very particular specifics that apply, and the city attorney either can advise you now or can check with the ethics and elections team and get back to you on that. The second item was subsequent to your last meeting, I prepared a one-page list of all the various topics that I thought were being discussed at the various committees. I believe I shared the content of that with a few people and sent that to Cheryl. I had asked that to be included in the administrator's report. Apparently it was not. I would ask that it be in the administrator's report next month so that the public can review it. Obviously, things may have changed since I put that list together, but the public should certainly be able to review it, and perhaps that can be circulated to all members of the task force beforehand so that you can all see it. It's just a list. It may be right or wrong, and it was just a suggested guide as to where things are at right now, because there are a number of initiatives that are out in discussion with regard to the work of the task force. And just finally, in the Department of Good News, I will report that last week was the initial joint meeting of the new Public Works Commission and Sanitation and Streets Commission, and although the commission secretary was unable to participate in person because he may well have COVID, he participated remotely. Someone else clerked the meeting in person. I attended remotely, and it worked out pretty well. And I was very pleased that despite all the various provisions in effect right now, that the city was able to create a brand new 2 commissions that met jointly for the first time last week with public participation. That's all I have for general public comment. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. I'll move on to our next caller.
Hello, this is Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, you ready?
Yes. Just to get you guys further in compliance with special meetings, if you read further down in section 67.6F, Each special meeting shall be held at a regular meeting place of the policy body, except that the policy body may designate an alternate meeting place, provided that such alternate location is specified in the notice of the special meeting. Further provided that the notice of the special meeting shall be given at least 15 days prior to said special meeting being held at an alternate location. This provision shall not apply where the alternate meeting location is located within the same building as the regular meeting place. So I think the 15 days notice prior applies to virtual special meetings that are not at a regular meeting place. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that was our last person with their hand raised.
Okay, thank you, Victor. So we'll go ahead and close public comment. At this point, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Then we'll get into our complaints. So that would be, let's see, 6:11. I have for 10 minutes.
Matt, whenever you want me to do it during the meeting, I can give you an update on the complaints.
We'll go ahead and do that right when we come back into session here.
Okay.
Cheryl, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm not seeing everybody though.
Okay, if everyone's
I
back,
see Vice Chair Wong. I see Jaya.
Can we call the roll, please?
Chris. All right, just a second.
everyone could just turn their cam on just to show that you're back here, and then we'll have Cheryl call the roll.
Member Schmidt. Member Schmidt. Okay. Member LaHood.
Present.
LaHood present. Member Padmanabhan.
Present.
Member Padmanabhan present. Vice Chair Wong.
Present.
Present. Member Stein absent. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Neighbors.
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Member Hill absent. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. 1, 2, 3.
Member Schmidt present.
Okay, good. Yep, we've got 8.
8. Okay, great. So real quickly before we move on to the complaints here, I believe Victor had a quick update from our earlier agenda item.
Yes, this is Victor Young. Just in regards to complaints, these are all approximate numbers and subject to change. In regard to the items pending before committees, we have about 130 open files pending committee hearings. Out of those 130, we have about 88 filed by anonymous. I do not know which anonymouses, but I would be assuming the majority of them are filed by our anonymous number 3 today. About 10 by Carnazes, 7 by Showman, which leaves about 25 other complaints that are otherwise pending hearings. Out of those 25, there's probably about 10 to 15 of them that we're delaying scheduling for some reason, either not receiving adequate documentation or requests to continue or so forth. So besides, that would leave us about 10 items that are ready to schedule before complaint committee, besides those filed by anonymous and the other 2 parties that I stated. And at the full task force, we have about 90 complaints pending full task force hearing that most likely have already been heard by the committee. 30 of those were filed by anonymous, 7 by Kramer. We have out of those 90, 34 of those have probably already been heard and are awaiting some follow-up action, such as an OD or referral. And that leaves us about 58 pending a hearing before the full task force. That's all I have to provide at this time.
I thought you said 90.
There's a total of 90 pending before the full committee or for the full task force. 58 pending hearing, about 34 pending follow-up action, which don't need a hearing. Like I said, these numbers are approximate.
Okay, yeah, because this is not what I came up with at all.
So Cheryl, maybe for our next meeting, we could have that as part of the administrator's report. You can work with Victor on that. Okay. So we'll go ahead and
People have just raised their hands for public comment, but we've already taken public comment on this matter. This is just an update, and there's no action being taken on this matter at this time. So my apologies, we've already taken public comment on this discussion item.
Okay, thank you, Victor. So Cheryl, we're gonna go ahead and move on to our complaints. So I think we're on, what item is it here? Item number
5.
5. So when you're ready, go ahead and call that item.
Item number 5, file number 22036. Complaint filed by Anonymous against Charles Young, Elections Commission, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On June 21, 2022, the Complaint Committee moved to find there is jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and to forward file number 22036 to the task force with the recommendation to find violations of Administrative Code Section 6721B as in boy, for failure to respond in a complete and timely manner, 6721E as in Edward, for failure to send a knowledgeable representative to attend the hearing and explain the decision to withhold records, and that the involved named entities, including the custodian of record Charles Young of the Election Commission, the redistricting task force, and the clerk of the board have failed to cure the lack of designation of any responsible custodian.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So for those of us, or for those members of the public who are joining us, just a quick summary of how this works if you're new to this process. We'll go ahead and have the complainant present his or her facts and evidence. That'll be 5 minutes. Any other parties for the complainant gets 3 minutes. Then the respondent has 5 minutes. Other parties of the respondent have 3 minutes. At that point, the task force will ask questions if they have any follow-up questions or need further clarification. At that point, we'll move on to a rebuttal stage, and that will actually begin with the respondent first, followed by the complainant. They'll each have 3 minutes. At that point, the matters will be with the task force to deliberate and to formulate a motion on how we want to resolve the matter. So for this instance, I just want to make sure that we have the complainant here and that we have someone to represent the respondent. So if you are either the complainant or the respondent, if you could go ahead and press *3 to raise your hand so that Victor can unmute you and we can get you queued up for this.
I have unmuted the parties with their hands raised.
This is anonymous number 3.
Thank you.
Okay,
is the respondent present? If you have not already done so, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or use the computer application to raise your hand to indicate if you are a party to this matter. I have unmuted the 2 parties who have raised their hands.
Okay, so the other party, can you identify yourself if you've been unmuted here so we know if you're the respondent?
They have lowered their hands, so I guess they were not involved with this one.
Okay, so it does not appear that there is anyone to represent the respondent for this item. Before we begin, it looks like this was a complaint heard by the Complaint Committee. I think all of these may have been heard by the Complaint Committee at the same meeting, so I'll turn this over to the chair of the Complaint Committee, Member Schmidt, if he wants to give us a summary of this.
Yeah, and this is somewhat going to apply to everything else that we're going to look at today. Everyone is probably going to recall that we had a special meeting about these cases that involve, issues surrounding the redistricting task force. This one's a little bit different because it was brought against Charles Jung, who and he's not here, but he's with the Elections Commission, and it doesn't look like there's a lot of questions. In most of these cases, there's not a lot of question about whether no records were supplied, there was no response, but probably the more complicated issue is simply who's on the hook for it, who was responsible here. In this case, I think Charles Jung and I believe Charles Jung, we thought, is the custodian for the Elections Commission. So that's sort of wearing two hats. And then there's a question about, well, who is supposed to respond? Who is it that keeps the records involving the redistricting task force? And we did want to know from the clerk of the board, who is it that is supposed to be responding here? And so they were brought into these cases at our special meeting, and yet I don't think we really even still know who exactly it is who would be trying to resolve these things, trying to answer. Now, the other cases are generally against individual members of the redistricting task force. One of them was appearing, that's Dicka Reiner, but that case is a little different from the other ones where they just generally didn't respond, aren't going to show up, probably aren't going to show up here today. That's it. I remember Stein's not here. Member Wolf may have something to add if you recall anything else about these matters.
Yeah, the thing for me about these matters is that I believe the requests were made at the time that these folks were still active. And so we've always held that, if folks were active at that time and the records, were available, they would still have to act on them. I think some of the responses that I read or heard about was that since they're no longer on the redistricting task force, they're not a public official anymore, they don't have to respond. I don't necessarily agree with that. As far as this first one with Charles Jung, it isn't clear as to, because this is a body, it's made up of multiple, appointments, but it's not really clear who administrates it. And then where are the records stored? Like, where are the redistricting records from 10 years ago and 20 years ago and 30 years ago? Where are they stored? That was a question in my head when reviewing this case. So that's all I got.
Okay, great. Thank you. So anonymous number 3, this will be your opportunity to present. And so whenever you're ready, or whenever Cheryl's ready, she'll let you know and you can begin. So Cheryl?
Anonymous, are you ready to begin?
Can you hear me?
Yes, are you ready to begin?
Hello?
We
Yes,
can
I am.
hear
Thank
you. Okay, you ready to begin?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. This case is very straightforward. On April 6th, I made an email to both the Elections Commission general email address and then Commissioner Young's government email address, asking for 1 week of communications regarding redistricting. And the details are in the packet. He never responded. I have just now checked my email for anything from him. He simply never responded. And Member Wolf is correct. I have brought such complaints before, for example, against Mohammed Nuru, when at the time of my request and the time of my complaint, he was a public official. He then later resigned, and you still found him in violation. He resigned much after this, long after the deadlines for my request were complete. A public commenter noted that maybe he never actually filed the former paperwork to no longer be a public official. But the day after April 6th, he violated the law by not acknowledging my request. No response has ever been received from then Commissioner Young. I have no idea what happened to the records. Also, this concept that there has to be a separate custodian of records is not correct. Any person having custody of records is subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. And again, you've ruled this way over and over again for years. I only wanted Commissioner Young's own emails, texts, etc., and that's what I asked for. I did not ask for the Election Commission as a body. He is a public official subject to both the Sunshine Ordinance and the CPRA, and he violated both the Sunshine Ordinance and the CPRA since he has never responded, never provided any records, never responded to this task force. You served him with the complaint at the time he was still a public official as well. He did not comply with your rules to give a response within 5 days. I'm not sure what else I can say, except that it is very straightforward. He did not comply with the Sunshine Ordinance and CPRA. You should find a violation, issue the order to produce the records within 5 days. He likely won't, but then we can figure out what to do about that at the, Compliance and Amendments Committee, and what referrals you can make, et cetera, later on. But I believe the only issue before you today is whether he responded to my records request, which he did not. He has, as far as I know, never told you that he did. He has never made any defense. And I still don't have any records or even a notice of determination of disclosable public records as required by state law as well. What else can I tell you? I'll tell you about the other 4 requests when we get there, because it's different than this one. He has nothing to do with the RDTF. The records are about redistricting issues, but he was a member of the Elections Commission. And you have the authority to conclude whether any person has violated the Sunshine Ordinance, which is what I'm asking you to do, and then ask you to give the standard order that he produce the records within 5 days, which you probably won't, but there's nothing I can do about it now, except after you make your finding, go to court if I want to get those records from him. Thank you very much. And obviously I can take any questions, and I'm sure I'll have rebuttal if you guys have an interesting discussion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Anonymous. Are there any parties on behalf of the complainant to provide facts or evidence? And Victor, I see that there's another hand raised. I don't know if that would be a party or if that's the respondent.
I have unmuted them if they can identify themselves.
Can you hear me now?
Mr. Gopel, would you like to speak as a party to this matter?
I don't believe I'm a party. I can offer some insight, but perhaps that should be handled when you get to public comment. That's fine. Happy to do that. Thanks.
Okay. So it does not appear that we have any party provide facts or evidence. And so I'll ask again just to see if there is someone for the respondent, Mr. Young, or any other individual. If you could raise your hand by pressing *3. And Victor, I'm assuming that we don't have any additional hands.
I do not see any additional hands at this time.
Okay. So at this point, members, if we have questions, I'll turn it over to you. And I see Member Schmitz. We'll start there.
Yeah, for Anonymous, just to get a little bit of clarity. Did you make a complaint to us against the Elections Commission, and was that based on you made a request to the Elections Commission itself?
Can I respond?
Yes.
Yes. My complaint literally is on page 3 of the PDF. I did not file a complaint against the Elections Commission. I said, please file a complaint anonymous versus Elections Commissioner Charles Young for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request. I do not believe, and that's why they're not named as a respondent. I didn't name them as a respondent. Maybe you all did, but I did not.
Okay. So they would not be responsible. And I guess my only follow-up to that is, did you ever get a sense of who would have been the custodian for that commission in the course of this request?
So to be clear, you're asking who's the custodian for the commission as a public body. I have no idea. To be clear, I emailed it to both Young and the Elections Commission because I know sometimes staff talk to the commission members. So.
And you
the original request.
You didn't make a request to the commission itself. It sounds like you did make a request to the commission for the Young emails, but you're not complaining that you're not asking that they be held responsible as we sit here today. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, you can see my exact request on page 12 and how you want to interpret it, but I addressed it to Commissioner Young. I emailed both the Elections Commission mailing list and Mr. Young's government email. I am not asking you to find the Elections Commission as a public body in violation of the ordinance, just Commissioner Young as a person having custody of a record.
Okay. And also, this body had asked that the clerk of the board appear on this matter. And I'm not sure if they're supposed to appear here today. It seems like maybe that goes back to however we ordered it. But maybe whatever the deal is with that, I could just clear it up with you. Do you ask that we make any finding here today against the clerk of the board of any kind on this matter?
No, I don't think I can. I did not name them as a respondent. I'm solely asking you to find that Commissioner Young did not respond to me in a timely manner and that he be ordered to comply with the request. That's it.
Okay. And I may, since we looped in the clerk on our own decision as a body, are you going to be making requests that we find any violations by the clerk of the board in any of the other cases today?
Member Schmidt, if I may, this is Chair Yankee, just briefly.
I just wanted to not have to ask that question 7 times.
I just want to clarify for the record, though, that when we had a special meeting about the redistricting task force members and added the clerk of the board for those cases, this is an election commission's member. So this is a different body. So I don't believe we added the clerk of the board for this particular case when we had our special meeting. So that might be part of the other ones, but we didn't do that for this particular case.
Okay, I'll wait then on that. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay.
I'm trying to make sure that we can sort of get down to what we do need to decide.
Yeah, I think it'll be pertinent for the next one and all the other ones. Okay, I see Member Padmanabhan.
Thank you. So I'm just curious, do you know when Commissioner Jung resigned? Was it 10 days after April 6th? I do believe it was sometime in May, but just to be sure.
So I put in my cover letter to you all that it was his resignation as reported by the SF Standard, who I believe spoke to him. This cover letter is on page 11 of the PDF. He resigned 3 weeks after the finale of the redistricting process. The redistricting process ended on April 28th, and the reporting of his resignation was on May 18th. So I believe it's around May 18th that he resigned.
Okay, thank you.
Anonymous, this is Chair Yankee. I have a question for you. And you may not know the answer. For the Elections Commission, the general email address that you sent that to, do you know if that's just a way to redirect email to the various commissioners, or is there like staff members on there who may be able to have retained Commissioner Young's email after he would have, left his service with the city?
I do not personally know, but of course, my original request was not limited to only things on his SSGov account. So.
Right, of course. Okay, thanks. Members, any other questions? If not, we'll go ahead and move to rebuttals. Okay, so I'm just going to check one more time, just see if anyone is here for the respondent. This would be their time for a rebuttal. And not seeing any additional hands. We'll go ahead and Anonymous, it's your turn for a rebuttal, and Cheryl can let you know when she's ready.
Are you ready, Anonymous number 3?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I think this is very straightforward. I don't think, unless he resigned before I made my request or filed my complaint, I don't think that's relevant. And again, I have succeeded on such complaints in the past when someone resigns after they had a legal obligation to respond to my request, which was in the case of Mohammed Nuru. In this case, it's very simple. I made a request. I labeled it immediate disclosure request. He had to give me either a 10-day extension or acknowledgement of some kind within 1 day. Very standard. And he didn't do so. He never provided even after 10 days. He didn't provide it after 24 days at state law. And he just never responded. So I'm just going to ask you to find what I originally filed, which is a violation of 6725 for failure to respond in a timely and complete manner to an immediate disclosure request, and under your authority to order the person having custody of records to comply with my request, ask for that order, and what we do with it afterwards, and what the public does, since these records may simply be gone. I think that's a question for another day, for a compliance committee, or when you get it back or something like that. It's possible, and I know a long time ago, Member LaHood pointed this out. After this task force potentially finds the violation and orders them disclosed, some people do magically show up and start complying in order to avoid other issues. And it's very possible he will do so. He may ignore me, but he may not ignore you. So yes, ask you find a simple violation and an order to comply with my request, which has clearly never been complied with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anonymous. So members, it's our turn to deliberate on this. Member LaHood.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this in other situations where requests have been made to individuals and then the individuals left their jobs. The responsibility then falls to the department. It's in this situation, I know requests were made to individuals who have left their positions that were not paid positions. It seems like there are still entities that are responsible, even though the individuals that aren't responsible. So I'm a little confused about why we're focused solely on the individuals. And I understand that they may have had communications on not on using city email. And I think once they're gone, unless there's legal action taken, I don't think there's any way that those communications are going to be turned over to the city. I'm just throwing this out there. I'm wondering why we're focusing so much on individuals, especially since we know that they are not in those positions anymore. And shouldn't we be focusing on whatever entities could possibly respond on behalf of the city?
Okay, I see Member Wolf and then Member Schmidt.
So just on that thread that Member LaHood brought up, the question is whether the records were in the possession of that person, or whether they were records that were possessed by the agency or the department. And it's not clear who is the responsible party for curating the records here. Nonetheless, if you are a public official and you've got official public records, that were part of the business that you were doing, I believe there's some responsibility to surrender those records. And so but here the issue is that the requests were made while they were still in their position. So that is the point in time that we are focusing on. And if they violated or were not compliant with the ordinance at that time, then that's where it's a point in time that we're focusing on here, not what's happening now. I mean, they may or may not have those records. If they were, from an online account, they could have deleted them by now. But the point is did they comply? Did they actually deliver anything? Was it timely? And that's all part of the complaint here.
Okay, see Member Schmidt, and then we'll get back to Member LaHood.
Yeah, to Member LaHood's question, I think the way I think of it is that Anonymous submitted something where he was specifically asking only Charles Young to do the response, to go and do the task. And so the Elections Commission was not asked to do anything here. If he had asked them to ask to go and find the Charles Young documents, that would be a different case where I think we could then hold them responsible for not doing it. But in this case, they didn't not respond to anything. So I don't know if we could say that, well, they were supposed to do something that they didn't. That's the distinction that I see.
Okay, Member LaHood?
Yeah, I guess I have two questions here. One is in terms of recourse. If somebody is no longer in the office or no longer in the position and wasn't ever a paid employee of the city, even though the request was made at an appropriate time and the person should have responded, since they're no longer in that role, I don't think we're likely to get a response. I don't think we can force a response. And I'm wondering what can be, is the point to put, a mark on this person's record so that then they wouldn't be considered for this role in the future? The other thing is, I understand that members of the public make requests of individuals, and ideally that individual responds, but sometimes they do have to hand it off to someone else. And I feel like we could get into a very murky area if it's that a specific person must respond to a specific request, because it would be very easy for individuals who work for the city or represent the city to end up under attack by an individual. And I understand that there is a responsibility to respond, but just because you ask for a particular person to respond doesn't necessarily mean that the city's response has to come from that person. Like, a response is required, but does the response have to come from that individual?
All right. Member Wolf.
Yeah, well, I hope there's no agenda here to put any intention or focus on a particular person's reputation or anything like that. That's not the intention, at least for our scope. Our scope purely was there a violation at the time of the request. And that is why a complaint was made. And that is what we're looking at. Whether they are currently in that position or not is of no consequence. It's a celluloid moment. It's when it happened at the time of the request. And I think we just need to look at the facts surrounding the actions of the respondent to the request. Now, if at the time of the request, that person had already left the office, then the question would be, did the agency retain any of those records? But the request wasn't made of the agency here. The request was made of the person. So then the next question is for I guess for the complainant, did you also make a request to the agency? But it doesn't matter, because if they didn't, and the respondent was here to answer those questions and said, I have no responsive records, thank you very much, and we, found no violation at that point, then that would be the situation. So I just want to try to keep focus on that period of time when they were active in their role, and they were asked to produce documents. They did not respond. There, are any number, one or more violations that we could consider.
Okay, Member Schmidt, then Member Neighbors, and Member Padmanabhan. Oh, not Member Schmidt. Okay, Member Neighbors.
I just wanted to add support to Member Wolf's lovely phrasing of the celluloid moment. I think that really captures exactly what we're here to do and what we need to do. And it is pretty straightforward and pretty simple in terms of the request was made. It was made, according to the ordinance. It was an appropriate request. It was not responded to, and there, we should consider if there is a violation or not. What happens with that order of determination post that decision? We'll probably have to wonder about it at CAC, and maybe think about it there. But in this moment, that's our job, is to say, was there a violation in that moment? Was it an appropriate request? And then to move on from there. So I just want to say I really appreciate that, and that directive to keep focused on those facts and to keep focused on exactly what the task is at hand.
Thank you, Member Neighbors. Member Padmanabhan.
Thank you. So I agree with Member LaHood in part. And I agree with Member Wolf in part. I understand that it is a point in time request. And I do believe that Charles Jung was in violation. But at this point, and at this very point, I don't think we can order him to comply with the request because he may not or should not own the records at this point as a private citizen. So I do believe he's in violation. But as to ordering Charles Jung to comply is where I would draw the line.
Thank you, Member Padmanabhan. I'm going to jump in real fast with the comments, and I see Member LaHood also. I just wanted to note that the initial request said it included email, text, and chat of any kind. And so we might need to be creative when we get to our order part, because obviously I would assume that someone who's no longer in service with the city would probably not have access to their city email account. However, they very likely would still have access to their text messages, for example, and that would be something that the city might not have. And so this might be a situation when we get to the order that we might have to be a little creative to make sure we cover everyone who may be in possession of those records. And not to stop there, but to also figure out a good way to communicate our order to Mr. Young. I'm not sure how even the notification for this was sent out. And maybe Cheryl, you can respond to this. Was this sent to Mr. Young's sfgov.org email address, in which case it may no longer be active? And if it was not, do we have an alternate form of way to communicate with Mr. Young? Because we can make an order, and if we send it to a non-monitored or a defunct email address, that's not going to get us anywhere. And so maybe you could respond on how Mr. Young was notified of this meeting, and if it's something different than SFGov, how that was.
I believe he was notified. Hang on. He said on June 21st he was not going to be able to attend. Oh, that's anonymous. I apologize. Mr. Young, no. Let's see. Charles Young, REG. I think that means redistricting tax force. REG. I'm not sure exactly what REG means, but let's see what.
I'm guessing
that is the abbreviation for the Department of Elections in the email system. Every department has a three-letter code. I believe REG is for the Department of Elections.
It is, yeah. I'm looking at our directory. He got emailed Charles.Young@sfgov.org. Yeah, it's elections. The location is elections, and that he is listed as a commissioner.
Okay, so this was sent to an SFGov. The notification for this meeting was sent to an sfgov.org email address that we know he hasn't likely had access to for weeks, if not months. So,
he didn't come to the complaint committee hearing either.
Well, complaint committee was in what, June?
Yeah.
And I think he resigned in May, and so I'm not sure that Mr. Young ever received. I mean, he obviously received the initial, request from anonymous, right? I don't think there's any dispute that he was in service then.
Honestly, that he got notification of the complaint committee hearing on June 15th. That's the only email that I have for him.
Right. So the issue is going to be that Mr. Young was no longer in service.
In service, yeah.
In June, he sounds like he resigned or left service in May, right? So, I think we should keep that in mind, that we're going to need to, I know there was some also talk about him not appearing and suggesting a violation for that. I'm not sure how fair that would be to him. Obviously, it doesn't sound like he turned over the records, but nonetheless, it doesn't sound like he had, a way to receive communication from us in the last several months either. And so I'm not sure that if we, formulate an order here, and when we get to that stage, if we can check in with, the Department of Elections or who might have alternate contact information for him. But I think we need to do our best that he does get any future communications from the task force. So if there's any chance of these records being turned over, that could happen. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail that here. So I'll go back to, I think it was Member LaHood and then Member Schmidt.
Yeah, the funny thing is this point actually gets at what I was trying to say before. It's not that I don't think we should hold individuals responsible, but I think when we focus too much on individuals and not their role in the system, things like this happen, because then it's not clear who is responsible when they're not there anymore. And ultimately the city is responsible, and the department or agency is responsible, but by focusing entirely on an individual and not getting a bounce back on an email, Ms. Leger had no idea of knowing that this person, that it's just going out there and this person's may not have even received the message. And so if the goal is to get responsive records, I don't think we can stop at the individual. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I just want to say that that's the only active email address that I have in my record. And on in the email directory the city has. I mean, if he weren't still employed or active, the email directory would have been updated, and it hasn't been.
Well, not necessarily, Cheryl. I mean, a lot of times they'll keep email addresses for the very reason that they may still need to access records that are retained in that email address. So I'm not saying anything was done wrong. I'm just saying that might be an example of why it's still showing active in the system and email's not bouncing back, because there may be some, need to retain that email address for accessing records. Member Schmidt.
Yeah, I just want to point out, because we may be looking at one of the sort of sub issues here is, okay, they're gone, so how can we make an order? They're private, they're a private person now, I assume. I mean, what if it's someone who's no longer, maybe they're working somewhere else in the city. There could be a lot of circumstances. The ordinance, 6721 says that the task force shall immediately order the custodian of the public record to comply. Now, if Charles Young is, out there somewhere and has copies of these emails, copies of these texts, he possesses public records. I don't think they become non-public records when someone leaves the employment of the city. So I don't know, other than maybe, our sort of customs, common sense, I don't know where the law is that says that they no longer are responsible for their copies of public records. I just don't know. So I'm not quite ready to concede the point as to whether they are no longer subject to a public records request.
Okay, Member Wolf.
I'm inclined to ask legal counsel, what are the rules with regards to employees who leave the employment of the city and their responsibilities to surrender public records that may not be, available to the general public, but considered to be quote unquote public records.
And there could be case law that's out there that we just haven't, haven't found.
Or city policy.
Or policy, yeah.
Or whatever. Go ahead.
Right. Now, this brings up a lot of really interesting legal issues. I think that the we talk a lot about the city of San Jose case, where the court really clearly said that just because you have public records on your personal devices doesn't immunize them from a public records request, right? But here's one step removed, where they might be on someone's personal device, but then that person who was I won't say a city employee, but they were certainly part of a public task force, leaves that position. So does the record in their possession suddenly become not public? And so there really isn't case law on this, right? You sort of have to analogize, like, could a record suddenly change its form once the person holding it is no longer associated with government? And then I think it begs another question, Member Wolf, that you were getting at, is what if that person had the only copy of the record, right? It's one thing if copies were kept by a clerk's office, but I think it'd be hard pressed to conclude that that record, which once was a public record, suddenly doesn't become one and it's the only copy of it if that individual has left public office and suddenly it becomes hidden from all public records requests. So this is sort of thinking out loud because there's not real case law on it. We're in a bit of uncharted territory. So there's not going to be a satisfying answer out there.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to posit here, though, that someone who was in service of the city at the time of the request had that record, okay, that may not have been available to anyone else except for them. They were, in fact, an official custodian under the Sunshine Ordinance. They had the responsibility to disclose that or state or cite some statute as to some reason that it could be withheld. There's just no two ways about it because we're talking about a point in time. I'm not so concerned about what's happening today. The question, can you track that person down? I don't know. Does the city attorney want to track that person down because that document may be a part of an investigation or evidence or something like that? That's not in our purview. I'm only looking at the point where they had possession of the document at the time the request was made. They were still an employee or in service of the city. And so then the question becomes, now at some point in the future, they are now leaving employment to the city. What is their responsibility for surrendering public records that they may have? They may be considered stolen for all I know. And that's the crux of my question here, as to what is the city's policy? Is there law that outlines the responsibility of employees when they leave to surrender, the public's property? I'll stop there.
Member LaHood?
Sorry, my hand was up from before. I'll take it down.
Okay. Okay, does anyone want to, we've had quite a bit of good deliberation here. Does anyone want to take a try at a motion here?
I'll make the motion. Simple, straightforward. We find a violation by Charles Young, Elections Commissioner, failure, a violation of 67.21B, failure to respond in a complete and timely manner, 67.21E, failure to send a knowledgeable representative to attend the hearing and explain the decision to withhold the records. That's it.
Mr. Chair, if I might suggest, I will second it, but I would like to add 6725 for failing to acknowledge within 1 business day to an IDR, and just to cover, provide cover, CPRA Government Code 6253C for failing to provide a notice of that there was any disclosable records within 10 days.
I'd be happy to withdraw my motion and make a new motion that incorporates what I had said and what Member Wolf says.
Then I will second that.
I see Member LaHood and Member Padmanabhan with their hands up.
So I agree with the general direction of this. I'm slightly concerned about the failing to send a representative. If we have strong feelings that this person never received the notice of the meetings, I think it would be irresponsible for us to include that if we know that the person left their position and through no fault of our task force or our administrator, but that if we think it's likely that the person was not looking at the email, I don't think we can say they failed to send a representative.
And I agree with that.
I was going to agree with that as well.
It's what I was going to say also.
I have a question, and I might have missed the answer if it was revealed before. Was the correspondence for the meeting notice sent to them before or after they had left their position?
Member Wolf, it was sent after. Cheryl's confirmed it was sent in June to their SF.gov and that they resigned in May, and so it was sent a month after, roughly, their leaving city service.
Okay, thank you.
Quite well taken. I'll take out 6721E.
Yeah, agreed.
Do we want to make an order as part of this motion as well?
No.
Yeah, I don't know what order to do. You know, I don't know how enforcement works. I mean, we could send it as advisement to the city attorney that there might possibly be evidentiary or other important records, public records that are in possession of an employee, of somebody no longer in employment that shouldn't have them, or something like that.
I would.
You know what I mean?
I'd like to make that something separate if that's something we should do. Maybe that would be part of a second motion, but I would rather myself just keep the motion without that right now.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion on this motion? If not, we'll go ahead and open up to public comment. So it's public comment for this item. You can press *3 to raise your hand. And Victor and Cheryl, when you're ready.
Excuse me. Okay, give me one moment. If you'd like to make public comment on this item, you can raise your hand. You can press *3 or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. We have 2 people with their hands raised right now. We will go to Mr. Pelpel at this time.
Yes, this is not Mr. Pilpel.
My apologies.
That's fine. Just let me know when to start.
You ready to begin?
Yes, whenever you say.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm hearing an echo. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. In general, I'd certainly agree with the motion as far as it goes. The issue is a question really of accountability, and especially of accountability in a very, very significant and important function. This is where I think that the task force should do not just a motion. I think it should do what it would do. Well, I think it should do, first of all, what it would do with anybody else, whether or not they're still an employee, and that is to order them to turn over the material that they may or may not have, or at least a response. That was what was due when they were working at the job, and that's what should be included in the motion, I think. More so than that, I think there's a real question, once again, of accountability. The section 67.29-1, I was going to say without looking at it first, that there's a clause concerning survival of records as folks leave. 6729-1 says records survive transition of officials. Unfortunately, it only limits the survival, explicitly stated, to certain offices. All documents prepared, received, or maintained by the office of the mayor or by any elected city and county official and by the head of any city and county department are the property of the city and county of San Francisco. The originals of these documents shall be maintained consistent with the records retention policies of the city and county of San Francisco. I do think that at the very least this is an opportunity for the task force to go further and look into who was responsible for the whole administration. What are the, if any, records retention requirements that apply in those positions or in those similar positions, or perhaps set by whoever set all of this up? Because there's obviously some kind of a gap here. And I do think that in general there would be, potentially anyway, records retention requirements and things like keeping responsible records, as well as things like backups and so on and so forth. I think those sorts of things also need to be looked into by the task force in your larger role of understanding what's going on and what needs perhaps to be changed or augmented, or maybe there's something already in place that
Time's up,
can
sir.
provide accountability. Thanks very much.
I will unmute the next caller.
Can you hear me okay?
Ready, David?
Yes, David Pilko.
Go ahead.
Okay. So a number of things to share on this. First of all, this does not involve the Board of Supervisors at all whatsoever. The clerk of the board has no relationship to any of this at all, period. The only connection to the redistricting task force is that apparently the underlying records related to the appointment of members of the redistricting task force by the Elections Commission, but there is nothing involving or implicating the Board of Supervisors or the clerk of the board's staff. Charles Young was an officer of the city, not an employee, but an officer. That may be an important distinction, not clear. Resigned on or about May 18th of this year. Finally filed a Form 700 leaving office statement, albeit late. It was due within 30 days of May 18th. It was filed this week on August 1st. I just found that on the on the Ethics Commission website. Apparently, this task force did not notify the Elections Commission secretary of today's hearing. If so, she could have attended and offered whatever information about how the Elections Commission operates and communicates with its members. I really do think the threshold question is whether this task force can reach former officers or employees, but at least in this instance, former officers of the city. If not, it's unclear to me what recourse exists, whether it's through ethics, the courts, or otherwise. If you can proceed, then the task force certainly could find a violation. If this is an uncontested matter, what happens next is also unclear. For what it's worth, the respondent, Charles Young, is a lawyer. I found him in my many interactions on the Elections Commission to be a diligent Elections Commission member. Perhaps the email went to an address that wasn't being monitored. I would find it unusual for him to intentionally ignore a request or an email. You might refer this matter to the city attorney in their capacity as the supervisor of records, or suggest that the complainant file a petition with the supervisor of records and let that process roll on and see what that yields. That might be entertaining to find out about. And finally, the record retention schedule, which I was just looking for and haven't been able to find, for the Elections Commission may also be relevant here. And I do think that the statement that your Deputy City Attorney, Mark Price-Wolf, made earlier about there not being a case on point and referring to San Jose and yada yada, I think it would be very helpful to have that advice in writing, and I would encourage you to ask for that advice to be put in writing, and anything else that the City Attorney's Office might advise on this kind of a case, because I don't think, I don't know if this is the first time this has come up, perhaps not, but I can't imagine this is going to be the last time. And so having some legal advice and guidance about how to handle former officers and perhaps also former employees is an absolutely important issue before this task force. I hope that helps. If there's anything else I can do to clarify or offer information, I'm happy to do so. But those are my thoughts on the matter at this point. Thanks very much for listening.
Okay. I do not see any additional hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment on this item. Members, any further discussion before we vote on this motion? Okay, seeing none. Cheryl, when you're ready, go ahead and call the roll.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Wolf to find a violation of Charles Young for failure to for 6721B for failure to respond in a complete and timely manner to an IDR, and 6725 failing to acknowledge in 1 business day a receipt of public records request. CPRA 6253C as in cat, failing to provide notice that there were any disclosable records.
Thank you, Cheryl. All right, before we move on, I think I still want to discuss on this topic a little bit about, are there any type of orders that we can do? Kind of getting to the point that Member LaHood brought up before is, I find it, maybe encouraging that the email address may still exist, and that makes me think, could we ask the Elections Commission Secretary, whoever would have access to that, to check that email address for some of the records? I wouldn't obviously say that they did a violation. I'm talking just purely focusing on an order, because my guess would be that Mr. Young wouldn't have access to that any longer. But I'm still interested in seeing if we could get some of these records for the petitioner, and so that's something I would kind of want to think about. Then the other portion of that is, I would suspect some of these records would be records that would be kind of disclosable under Smith versus San Jose. And so then my question would be, is there a person in the city or an entity that's responsible for turning over records that are sought under Smith versus San Jose, right? These would be like the text messages or other personal communications. And so my question would be, and maybe this is something that DCA Price Wolf could answer, is if we were to ask a certain person in the city, hey, we know that Mr. Young may have text messages. Is there someone in the city, a liaison, for lack of a better term, who could reach out, communicate with Mr. Young, and try to gather those records and then turn them over? So those are, I think, two things I'd want to consider before we move forward in closing this one. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on either of that. I think I see Member Wolf's hand up.
So not to rain on your thought on the first part, but I think that it might be a little hard pressed on that. That there, I don't know if there's any ability to. We lots of times we've asked for backups of email servers, and we're told that, oh, they don't exist. But we've had complaints from time to time over the years where there were backups. I can't imagine there not being a backup of a mail server if that piece of hardware were to fail. How do you bring back everybody's email? I mean, it just seems unheard of in the kind of the largesse of this city system. So it's worth a try. I don't know what the answer to that might be, except those email accounts are property of the city, which means they're property of the people. So public, it can be made as considered a public record. There may be some items that are confidential that can't be disclosed, but nonetheless, still public property.
Right, that was my thought. I mean, they may have scrubbed it already. I don't know. I just know from personal experience working in government that we do keep email accounts active, oftentimes weeks, if not months later, because of the chance those email accounts have important information, particularly as we're compiling annual reports or whatever. And so, if it exists and some of these communications still happen to be floating around in that email box and it is accessible to someone, I think we should at least ask for it. I don't think it hurts in the answer.
Chair, may I? This is the complainant. May I provide you some information that might be helpful here?
Sure, go ahead.
Because I assume there's no respondent here. In these type of requests and complaints, the person who I made a subsequent request to, but not in this case, but in some of the other cases, was that REG. I made a subsequent request to them to dump their Outlook, basically the Microsoft Exchange, Microsoft Outlook contents for those records, and those are separate, separate requests made to. That's the registrar's office, which is another name for the Department of Elections.
Oh, okay, so Anonymous, you already did essentially ask for the records the way I'm suggesting it through.
No, not for this one. It was for some of the RDTS members. But that REG, I recognize that the REG means that that department might still have the ability to open that Microsoft Exchange account and produce the records. And it has worked. That was my
suggestion. To see if we can get some administrator or secretary or someone in the Register of Voters department to see if they could still access that email account and extract any messages, assuming they still exist, that would be responsive to your request.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of suggesting we do, to see if that's at least one thing. And then, like I said, my second part, and maybe DCA Price Wolf, you could answer this, is that if there's records that are disclosable under Smith versus San Jose, is the city responsible for coordinating the turnover of those records? Like, let's say that text messages exist on Mr. Young's personal cell phone that may be responsive to this. Is there an entity in the city that's responsible for collecting those records under Smith versus San Jose. And I don't mean like literally grabbing the cell phone and taking it, but for working with the individual who might have it on a personal device and asking for them to turn it over, and then being the go-between to turn that over to the, appropriate person who asked for it.
Well, I think in the usual circumstance, if this were an employee of a department, that department would have a mechanism to reach out or through HR to reach out to that individual. Here it's pretty unique because the governing body has dissolved, right? So
well, not in this
see
case,
that might
the
normally...
Elections Commission. This body still exists. He may no longer be on it, but the
body. I
still
see. Exists. Right. So I mean, I think that would be a natural place to reach out to, or whoever their administrative arm is and working with. Let's say they might outsource some of that to DHR. I think either of those big options.
All right, I would imagine there'd be some type of forwarding mailing address. I mean, when someone leaves service, that there could very well be some type of, like I said, maybe it's just a street address that someone could write a letter to. So, I mean, I'm inclined to make a motion here. I don't know if there's any thoughts on it to order the Department of Elections to search Mr. Young's email address if they still have access to it, to find responsive records, and to reach out to Mr. Young if they do have some type of forwarding address to obtain any records that he may still have in his possession under Smith versus San Jose. In fact, I guess I will make that motion. So I don't know if Cheryl, if you need me to repeat that.
Hang on a second. I'm just typing it. You move to order the Department of Elections to search Mr. Young's email address and to reach out to and ask them to reach out to Mr. Young to obtain records in his possession under Smith versus San Jose.
Yes. And that may or may not be successful, but at least it's something we could try.
I'll second that to make the attempt and see what happens. I think it's also maybe just maybe futile, but maybe a good exercise for us to know what happens when we ask those questions. I know we've been through some interesting stuff before and have gotten information we didn't expect. So I'll second it.
So are we going for public comment?
I think we have discussion. So I think I see first Member Schmidt's hand up.
I'm inclined to have a problem with that because I don't know how we have any authority to make orders to the Department of Elections. One, they're not really, they had no knowledge of this. They're not present. And I don't know where we would derive that authority from. So at this point, I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but I don't see it.
To answer your question, Member Schmidt, I'm getting it from 6721E, where it's talking about the custodian of records, that we can order the custodian of records to turn them over. So in this case, obviously the records are no longer with Mr. Young because at least it's not his SFGov email address because he can't access it. So if that SFGov email address still exists and has information in it on the city servers, and those are the city's and therefore the people's records. And so there is a custodian of them if they still exist. And so I'm not saying that they necessarily violated anything, but I think we could certainly still order them to turn them over since they're public records, if, like I said, if they do exist, and then there's no proof that they do. And it might be that they come back and say, we don't have access to that, or they're deleted, and that's fine. I'm not saying there's a violation, but if they do have them and they do have access to that, I think we absolutely can, under 6721E, order them to turn them over.
I mean, I guess the question is, the statute itself, where it talks about ordering the custodian of records to do something, would that, my question, the way I would phrase the question is, are we limited to the custodian of records who had notice of today's hearing because they had a complaint made against them and that they were actually responding? Or does this statute, the Sunshine Ordinance, give us authority to make orders to any custodian of records anywhere to produce any records? I mean, that seems to be the implication here of what that would entail. And that's an incredibly vast power if we could do that. Maybe we can, I don't know, but I don't know if I feel that we've established yet that type of power.
I mean, my response would be that here's the exact language. It says, when requested by the petition and where otherwise or desirable determination should be in writing. Okay, so then it goes on to say, upon the determination that the record is public, the Sunshine Task Force shall immediately order the custodian of the public record to comply with the person's request. Then it goes on, there's a separate part about holding a hearing. But I think, as we talked about before, the hearing's not necessary. I mean, I would feel uncomfortable finding a violation without a hearing, in a circumstance like this. But it doesn't say we need to have a hearing and drag the complainant or the respondent in here in order to issue a determination order. I think we've determined that the records, if they still exist, are public, and it says we can order them to be disclosed. So, like I said, I wouldn't find the Department of Elections in violation of the ordinance. I would feel, like you said, I would feel that wouldn't be giving them due process and the ability to defend themselves. But I don't think there's any dispute that if those records exist, I mean, if we don't do the order, Anonymous could go tomorrow or right after this concludes, go submit an IDR to the Department of Elections himself and ask for it, right? So I don't think we're doing anything outside of just submitting our own records request, essentially.
Well, why don't we order all departments around the city to produce these records if we have that power? Because, who knows who would have these records, since this would open us up to that type of power. That would be, that would be quite, I'm not sure how we would put parameters on that type of authority. I understand where you're saying Department of Elections, that they would be a likely source to get these records. I understand that, but they also aren't here. That's my concern.
Member Wolf.
So I hearken back probably a decade that we had a complaint. I think it was Wooding versus either Ginsburg and or Reckin Park, where there was just briefly, there was an email exchange about an event that suddenly got canceled that the city had, Reckin Park had created. And it was a very controversial event. The complainant had some emails from one party that was not a city party, and the Reckin Park Department and others had claimed there were absolutely no emails at all, but there was a smoking gun, so to speak. So the task force had requested that backups be produced for that period of time for those particular emails, and the Department Department of Technology did that work and produced those emails from backups. Now, the Department of Technology was not party to the complaint, but because they managed the technology of the city, we engaged them, and they produced, and they complied. So I'm not saying this is not possible. Now the city's IT enterprise is decentralized. in many respects. So the Department of Elections might have their own system that is not even managed or maintained by the Department of Technology for all we know. So that's kind of the caveat to all of this. But frankly, one of the issues I do have here, though, is that if any commissioner on any body, any commission, if they did not appear, is there a responsibility of that body, or if they were an employee of a department, isn't it a responsibility of either entity to produce a representative? Isn't that what the Sunshine Ordinance says? And if they don't appear, then we have rules about that speak to that.
All right, any other discussion on this motion? Now we'll go ahead and open up the public comment on this one.
Okay, we are opening this up to public comment again. If you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand by pressing *3 or otherwise raising your hand at this time. We have 2 commenters so far. I'll unmute the first one.
David Pilpel again. I'm sorry, can you remind me? I heard Member Wolf's comment just now, but I'm not clear on what the motion is. You already found a violation, so this is to do what?
Shall I read it?
Sure, Cheryl, go ahead and reread the motion.
Moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Wolf to order the Department of Elections to search Charles Young's email address and ask them to reach out to Mr. Young to obtain records in his possession under Smiths versus San Jose.
Okay. I guess I don't have any objection to that. You might want to either amend it or interpret it to be either the Department of Elections or the Elections Commission. And I think it's as I suggested earlier, I think it's entirely reasonable for the Elections Commission Secretary to have attended this meeting or other meetings, but in order to do that, that person needs to get notice. And so it is unreasonable to either find a violation or send that person off to wherever. I just think in all cases, and not just this case, it's important not just to notify the person, the respondent, but a representative of the respondent agency, board, commission, or department. And, let there be more emails to people and let them figure out who's the best person to cover it and represent, rather than having missed someone and saying, well, why, gee, here we are, we're all ready to go, and how come there's nobody here representing the respondent or the respondent department? Well, those are things that can be avoided. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Victor. Do we have any other public commenters?
I have unmuted our next commenter.
Okay.
Are you going to say when I should start?
You may begin now.
Okay, this is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. If I haven't said it before, we're not a party to any of these specifically. We have no particular knowledge, but there are issues here that are very important for open government in general, and therefore for anybody who's interested in following, understanding, or watchdogging any government function. As I understand it, there was talk about having a clerk or a secretary or something. I don't think the motion goes that low in the hierarchy, but I certainly think it should be clear that this is going to the top level of basically anybody that it's addressed to, whether to the commission or to the whatever. I would make it the broadest possible approach and request. And I also thought that I heard this is restricted to something to do with San Jose and so on and so forth. But if there are government-issued emails that are also potentially in the net, in what you want to catch in your net, so to speak, you should make the request as broad as possible. In other words, anything, any communication that they might have. Maybe they have a letter. Maybe they have notes being passed back and forth. I think it should be the broadest possible, the most inclusive kind of request to the highest levels of whatever agency you're going to. It should be a request at the highest level for any kind of communication that has relevance to this case. And so I would just modify it somewhat to be as inclusive as possible. One of the concerns is that you don't want to be too specific or too restrictive in your request because you want to include something that maybe they wouldn't think of, supposedly wouldn't think of, whatever, and then you end up making a request that's too narrow. So that's what I would do. Also, with respect to the argument about
30 seconds.
With respect to the argument about whether you can order people, of course you can order people. As somebody said in the comments in your discussion, the complainant or anybody else, and why not the Sunshine Task Force, could request material, and then if it wasn't turned over, you would make an order to order the material to be turned over. So yes, you're in a position to order people all the time, pretty much with every complaint. So I don't think you're overstepping anything at all. Thanks very much.
Victor, do we have any other public commenters?
I do not see any other members of the public with their hands raised at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment on this. Member Wolf, did you have your hand up? Oh, it's down now. Okay. Any last discussion on this motion before we vote, members? Okay, seeing none, go ahead, Cheryl, and call the roll on this one.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt?
Nay.
Member Schmidt, no. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Nay.
Member Padmanabhan, no. Member Stein, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. 1, 2, 3. You just made it. 6 votes.
Can you read the entire vote total, Cheryl?
Yes. Member LaHood, aye.
No. The ayes, the number of yes, no's, and
The
and
no's are
absent.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ayes.
And number of no's and absent.
Absent twice. Two no's.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Cheryl. Okay. Any other motions or discussion on this item before we move on? Okay, seeing none. Before we move to the next item, I received an email from Mr. Warfield saying that he is trying to make public comment during general public comment and was having issues with his putting his hand up. So I'd like to give him that opportunity now to make his general public comment.
Okay, hang on.
So Mr. Warfield, if you could raise your hand so that Victor could unmute you if you're not already unmuted.
I've already unmuted.
Okay, great. Thank you, Victor. So, Cheryl, as soon as you're ready, you can let Mr. Warfield know.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
If you could just give me a moment to get the agenda, I wanted to comment on something specifically on the agenda. Maybe a few seconds here. Yeah.
Public comment. He wants to comment on something that's on the agenda. General public comment is for what's not on the agenda.
I'm not sure I'm understanding. What are you saying?
Let me step in right here. Mr. Warfield has stated that we were unable to get him when we did call general public comment. So we are reopening general public comment to give Mr. Warfield an opportunity at this time. So
thank you very much for that.
Please let us know.
Okay, because he said he wanted to comment on today's agenda. All right. You ready, Mr. Warfield?
Yes, I am. Just let me know when to start. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So first of all, thank you very much to Chair Yankee. That's a very reasonable and, well, I appreciate the opportunity being taken, being given. The main thing that I wanted to say was, first of all, thank you for a number of things that went before general public comment. But at this point, let me just say that I think it's important to have an agenda that has items that are very clear with respect to what is being considered. So, for example, somebody wants to consider something on item 3A as an example, and I wanted to thank you actually for taking 2 public comments during that item so that you could expand your scope of decision making. But I do think that there are times when it's very unclear for the public as to what is intended. So, for example, on the administrator's report, complaints and communications, item 3, it says discussion and action, but the item doesn't really say what kind of action is being contemplated on which of the multiple bullet items are in there. On 3A, there was no sense of where the action would be or what direction it might take, or if anybody who put this on the agenda had a particular idea, or whether there might even have been various options. And then near the end, item 11, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I think that's fine for discussion, but I don't know action, what possible action that could mean. It's not clear if there is contemplated any particular action on any particular item there. So I think that the agendas need to be a lot clearer. I also wanted to say, in certain parts, the other thing I want to say is that the format of the agenda does not show any explanatory documents for those of us who may be looking at a paper copy. And not only are no particular documents identified, but when I tried to copy a piece of one of the agenda items, it looked like a new format. The whole thing jumped. Instead of being able to select some text to copy, it jumped to the linked item. And finally, I did get some portions, though not all of the agenda packet. And the agenda packet that I got on one of the items had no relation to what the actual hearing was discussing. So the page numbers were completely different. Maybe you'd like to take that up in some fashion, but I think that's a problem when a person is getting an agenda, trying to follow the discussion, and the page numbers can't be, there's no such page number as what's being discussed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warfield. Okay, so now that we have that covered, we will go ahead and move on to item number 6. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Item number 6, file number 22037. Complaint filed by Anonymous against Arnold Townsend, the Redistricting Task Force, or allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On June 21, 2022, the Complaint Committee moved to find that there is jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and to forward matter number 22037 to the task force with the recommendation to find violations of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 6721B, or failure to respond in a complete and timely manner, 6721E, or failure to send a knowledgeable representative to attend the hearing and explain the decision to withhold records, and that the involved named person, Arnold Townsend of the Redistricting Task Force, and the clerk of the board have failed to cure the lack of designation of any responsible custodian.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So let's see if we have I'm assuming Anonymous is still here, but if you go ahead and raise your hand, Anonymous, to make sure that we, have you unmuted. And then if there is anyone here on behalf of the respondent, so this would be, I think we noticed a few different people on this one. If you could raise your hand as well. This would be either Mr. Townsend. I believe we included some folks from the city attorney's office and the clerk's office. So if there's anyone here on behalf of the respondent, please raise your hand as well, star 3.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Anonymous. I don't know if I'm unmuted or not.
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Complaint Chair Schmidt. You can give us a summary of this one.
Yeah, first I'll suggest that the 5 remaining cases do have significant similarities. And so I think once we get a process going, we'll be able to go through them pretty quickly after that. With regards to 4 of the 5 commissioners, Townsend, Ho, Castellon, and then there's let's see, I think there's another one that I'm forgetting, but not including Ditka Reiner. Ditka Reiner, which we'll see later in the 4th and the 5th case. No, the 4th and the 6th case. So the first 3 or 4 people were no-shows at the complaint committee. Ditka Reiner did appear, and so our recommendations were different with Ditka Reiner. These complaints were all against the individuals, I believe. In other ways, we all already know the subject matter of this, and so you can see what our recommendations were in committee. And I think that's sort of what I have to say about all 5 of the cases. So you won't need to hear from me again on that. Member Wolf, do you have anything else to give as an introduction?
No, I actually missed that meeting.
Got it.
But I've read through all and I've listened to the committee playback, the recording. So I'm right there with you. I have nothing to add.
Okay, great. Sounds good. All right, so I think we'll go ahead and get started. And Cheryl, when you're ready for Anonymous to begin, can you please let him know?
Anonymous, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. Yes, it is the case that these 5 complaints are identical. I want to be clear. I properly notified SOTF that I had a medical appointment during the committee hearing, and they chose to continue on without me. So I've never been heard on this before. And so I'll talk about why I disagree with the Reiner recommendation, but when we get there. Right now, let's just talk about Arnold Townsend. So I want to be very clear, and I think I wrote you all a letter. These complaints are filed on April 9th. They are only about requests made April 7th. There are other requests to the RDTF, other complaints that are filed and pending. They have nothing to do with today's hearings. And this is only about those two ideas. I don't think you can find them in violation for other requests. I'm not asking you to do that. And that wouldn't make any sense. So in this case, I made, you can see the original requests on pages, for item 6, on page 16 of the PDF and page 19 of the PDF. These were two requests. There are 9 members of the RDTF. I made sure, just to cover all my bases, I emailed all of their government email accounts. I emailed the clerk of the RDTF. I emailed various people in the Board of Supervisors, and I did this to make sure no one didn't know what was going on. And I even emailed Wilson Ng from the clerk of the board, who often helps public officials on such commissions to properly respond to requests. Each of, out of the 9, 4 of them, I believe, the 4 I didn't file complaints about, did follow IDR rules. They either said they said something within 1 day, either rolling response or extension 10 days, etc. 5 of them did not. You'll notice I only have 4 complaints before you, and that's because the 5th person, Chesa Lee, did very quickly produce the records, and I voluntarily closed that complaint. So I'm not sure how different this is from the first complaint. I made a request at the time Townsend was the chair of the RDTF. He had a legal obligation to respond to me within 1 business day, acknowledging the request on April 8th by 5 p.m. He did not do so. He a few days later declared a 10-day extension, and according to my email right now, I have never received anything else, any response from arnold.townsend@sfgov.org. I don't know if he responded to the task force. He communicated with me and Mr. Ng on April 10th, after I filed a complaint, in response to the complaint, I believe. Yes, in response to the complaint, that he was declaring a 10-day extension, and that's it. That's all I have from Mr. Townsend. So I would ask you to find the 6725A violation for failure to respond, failure to acknowledge the request within 1 business day. The 6721, I think it's B, for not producing the records. Government Code 6253C for not producing a determination of disclosable public records. And I believe he may be in this. You, by the way, did provide him the formal service of notice from SOTF to his government email address when he was a public official. But I will ask you not to find the 6721E recommendation based on the same argument made last time. I don't know if you all noticed him for this actual hearing. I'm not sure what else there is to say about this. I am happy to take your questions, and I'm sure I'll have a rebuttal if some kind of different conclusion than the last request happens here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Anonymous. And then are there any parties here to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, I'll check one more time to see if the respondent is here or anyone here to speak on behalf of the respondent. If you could raise your hand by pressing *3. And I'm not seeing any hands, so members, it's time for questions if we have any. No questions? Should we go ahead and move right to rebuttals? Oh, Member Schmidt, did you have a question?
Yeah, just this is the more appropriate time to ask this question of Anonymous. Do you ask us to find any kind of violation on behalf of the clerk of the board? Because our concern was that our concern was that some of these were copied over to the redistricting task force per se. And so we thought that that would possibly put the onus on the entity to do some type of a reaction, a response. And so that's why we thought I believe that that's why our recommendation included our concern that the clerk of the board was unable to assist us to figure out who the custodian was. But I mean, if you don't want a violation against them, I don't know if we need to even go there.
Let me respond by referring you to the page in the packet. On page 17, Mr. Ng, and I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, who is generally the person who handles these kinds of things on behalf of the clerk of the board, specifically states, and that's to my very first request, which is not at issue here, but he keeps saying this back to the RDTF members. I'm going to give you an example of what he says. Excuse me. By copy of this email, I am referring your request to the attention of the respective task force. Oh, it's cut off here. It's members for a direct response, as they are the respective custodians of the requested records. And so he, I think, it's not in response to this specific request, and that's because I addressed this request to, quote, members of RDTF. So I think actually the clerk of the board did the right thing, which is to my very, very first request, which was even before the request at issue here. He told me about the individual members of the RDTF. I got all their email addresses that way. And so I don't think that the office of the clerk of the board violated the law with respect to this complaint. I think you might want to ask them to search for records. I'm not sure I'd go so far as to say order them, but you may want to ask them to do so. Thank you.
That's all. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Member Wolf.
I have a question for Anonymous. Do you know who curated and maintained all the mapping, the creation of the agendas, managing the minutes for the task force?
I believe that is their, who manages it administratively, that is the clerk, John Carroll, but I think that's the actual human being who does it, but I believe the body is responsible for the agendas and minutes as a whole.
But, who curates it? Like, where is it stored? Like, whose office? I mean, the task force is not not a department.
I believe the RDTF is a public body, and they have sunshine ordinance requirements to maintain their minutes and agendas. But I believe it's John Carroll of the Office of the Clerk of the Board who both was able to respond to requests for records of the whole body. But that's all I know. It would be John Carroll who does that. But I didn't ask you for any kind of violation.
No, I understand that. My point is, though, is if you're going to make a request of records of a custodian, the question, and then we're trying to find out who's curating all that information. I'm just trying to understand if you might know, who in fact would who manages the actual operations, which helps might possibly help give us some clue. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I do actually have a response to that. If you're wondering, who might actually still have the records, just like you were discussing in the last request. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, so I believe that is, again, the Department of Elections, and the reason that would only apply to the SFGov records remaining in the SFGov account, if any still exist, and that's because they show up as if you look at their designation, it says REG-contractor. And I have successfully been able to, through separate requests, get some kinds of records through the Department of Elections.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, not seeing any, so we'll go ahead and move on to our rebuttals, and I'll call one more time to see if the respondent is here to provide a rebuttal. *3 to raise your hand. And not seeing a hand raised, Anonymous, we'll turn it over to you for your rebuttal.
All right, please let me know when my timer begins.
Are you ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I made a request. I put the word immediate disclosure request in it. Mr. Townsend clearly got my request because he responded N days after one business day declaring a 10-day extension. He didn't do so within one business day, however. He did not ever actually, as far as I can tell, I've just now searched my email for anything from Arnold.Townsend. I did not get, and arnold.townsend@essico.org. I have, as far as I know, never received anything. And as far as I can tell from your packet, neither has SOTF. Please find identical violations to the prior case, which is 6725A for failure to acknowledge an IDR within one business day, 6253C for failing to provide a notice of determination of disclosable public records within 10 days or an extension, of course, of further 14 days, and 6721B for not complying with my request. I will ask you, if you're going to make orders, I urge you please to make that in a separate motion so I don't lose the motion for violations because some of you don't believe you can order someone who isn't before you today. I can see the argument for that. So I would ask you to make a separate motion to request the Department of Elections to produce the records subject to the two requests in this case. And if you want to make the City of San Jose order as well, that they follow up with Arnold Townsend to produce any records under City of San Jose, please do so as a separate motion. Thank you very much.
Okay. So members, this is our part to deliberate. I see Member Wolf, did you have your hand up? And I see Member Padmanabhan as well. Okay, so we'll start with Member Padmanabhan.
I can go ahead and make a motion. I move to find Arnold Townsend, the previous chair of the Redistricting Commission, in violation of 6725 for failing to acknowledge an IDR within one business day, 6721B for failing to produce any records within 10 days, and Government Code 6253C for failing to provide a notice of declaration of disclosable records.
I got 6725 and 6721B. And what was the other one? Member Padmanabhan, I didn't hear it.
Government Code 6253C.
Okay.
It's identical to the previous one.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, so moved by Member Padmanabhan, second by Member Schmidt. Do we have any discussion on this motion? Not seeing any. Let's go ahead and move to public comment for this item. So if you have public comment, please press *3 to raise your hand. And then Victor, when you're ready, go ahead and unmute the public commenters.
One public commenter at this time.
David Pilpel, a few quick items. I put in your
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, David Philpell. Few quick items. I put in the chat just for information. The Board of Supervisors Clerk's Office staffed the redistricting task force. The Department of Elections did set up city SFGov email addresses for redistricting task force members. In my many hours participating in the redistricting task force, Chair Townsend indicated several times that he was not particularly technically savvy, and so it would not surprise me if his use of email was limited, although obviously it was not non-existent if he did respond to some earlier emails. The task force did wrap up its work in April, end of April, beginning of May, past the deadline. However, on the Ethics Commission website, it appears that Arnold Townsend has not yet filed a leaving office statement, which was due 30 days after the completion of their work. So he's a little late there and subject to a fine by the Ethics Commission. And importantly, I did see Reverend Townsend on TV yesterday at the school district at a protest rally about whatever the latest issue is at the school board. So he's still very much alive, very much in town. And I don't have a phone number for him, but I'm sure somebody does and could probably, find him pretty quickly if they wanted to or needed to. Heck, I'm sure any of us could, run into him in the Western Addition. So I'm sure there's an answer to this issue, and I hope you find that. If you choose to find a violation, so be it. But fundamentally, I just believe that Anonymous should be able to get the records that he's seeking, and it shouldn't be that hard. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public commenters?
I don't see anybody else with a hand raised. If you haven't already, oh, there goes one right now.
Okay.
Thank you. You going to tell me when to start?
A moment, Mr. Warfield.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users, 2004 at yahoo.com, and also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. We're not a party to this, but as I mentioned before, the issues are very significant and very important with respect to the accountability. I would agree with what Anonymous has said, and in particular his request for basically splitting the question that you had at one point combined. But I do think that an order to turn over the records is necessary if there's going to be accountability. If a person is just kind of checked off as having violated something, and then there's no consequence, and in particular, no remedy or fixing or at least ameliorating the basically secrecy that the violation essentially endorses if there is no consequence, I think that's a very poor solution. So I do think that what was due at the time should be stated as being due now. The only reason you didn't find it at the time was because there was a delay in your acting on the complaint. Had you basically followed up immediately on the complaint, presumably the chair would still be serving in his role, and and you would have issued an order. So I think that your own delay, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it necessarily at this time, but the point is, because of procedural delays, I don't think that that should affect your view of what went wrong and what needs to be done to fix it. Whether there are problems with having that done or, it's the same as if an arrest warrant is issued. It may be difficult to track down somebody, but presumably the authorities will make some efforts and eventually, as they say, get their man. So I think you might indeed consider whether there are ways to get in touch outside of official paths. But in any case, I certainly think that that's something down the road in terms of enforcement, and I think that your motion is good, but I hope that you also have some other motions, including an order of determination, that orders the documents to be turned over, because that's what should have happened in the first place. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Do we have any other public commenters?
Okay, just chance for anyone else to raise their hand. I see no other indicators. I believe that's all the speakers we have for this item.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment on this. I think I see Member Wolf just raised his hand.
Yeah, I've just been reviewing some of my notes after reviewing the complaint committee meeting, and one of the constant questions that keeps coming up is, who does this task force report to? Who does it belong to? That kind of thing. And I noticed in the charter under section 13.110 D, in the third paragraph, starting with the second sentence, it says, if it is determined that any of the districts are not in compliance, the Board of Supervisors by ordinance shall convene and fund a 9-member elections task force, period. And then it goes on to describe the membership of the task force. I mean, it doesn't necessarily say, like it does in our ordinance, that it should be staffed by, this or that department, but they're funded. So, they could hire people in general, I suppose. But, that's the closest thing that I can find to a responsible party. I don't know if that means it's just authorizing it for it to exist or whether they actually own it, so to speak. So I just wanted to throw that out there because I know we've got other complaints that are dealing with the same issue coming up. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf. Any other discussion before we vote on this motion in front of us? Okay, not seeing any. Cheryl, when you're ready, you can go ahead and call the roll on this.
Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Okay, so that was Eight yeses.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. All right, so do we want to consider some type of order on this? And I think this is what we preemptively tried to do in our special meeting when we tried to add the clerk's office. And so, but now it sounds like maybe the clerk's office was not perhaps the correct person to name or the correct entity to name. To Member Wolf's, what he was discussing earlier, I want to read an additional item here. So the board did pass the ordinance. This was in the packet that we included in our special meeting back in June when we were trying to determine this item. So there was an actual part of the ordinance that the board passed about staffing. And so this is section 4 staffing. Now we'll go ahead and read it. It says, the clerk of the board of supervisors shall serve as secretary of the task force. The clerk's duties shall include, but are not limited to, maintaining a task force webpage, posting task force meetings and agendas, coordinating in-person and virtual meetings, and providing equipment and workspace for the task force's members as needed. And it goes on to say, on behalf of the task force, the director of elections shall, subject to the charter's budgetary and fiscal provisions, retain any necessary technical consultants to assist the task force in its duties. So those were some kind of hints that we considered last time regarding who may be staffing and who may have access to this. So, you know, there's some suggestion that the Department of Elections played a role in the technical part of it, which might mean that yeah, they, like, you know, we've heard some testimony that they set up the email addresses and perhaps they're the party who should be able to try to retrieve anything from them. And then there's also, there was a discussion from the clerk of the board stating that any Smith versus San Jose type of issues should be, you know, coordinated to the city attorney's office. And so we included the city attorney's office contacts when we sent the notifications out for this meeting, and they did not show. So those are just some items to consider. Member Wolf, is your hand up there for this?
Yeah, so I was just going to add that the definition of a task force, you know, this is kind of a classical definition. It comes together when it needs to perform a very specific focused task, and when it's done, it disbands. And you know, that's the classical definition of a task force in government. So you know, the question then it becomes, though, what's missing out of that ordinance is who's the curator of the historical information? You know, who is the administrator, so to speak? You know, that kind of thing. So there's a responsible party that, you know, has that information. For instance, if you were to ask right now for information about the public records regarding the redistricting task force, who would you ask? Is it the Department of Elections? Is it the clerk of the board? Who is it? You know, or is it generally the board of supervisors? You know, that kind of thing. So it is. I think it is a kind of a I don't know, right word for it. It's a missing condition of when you're convening these bodies to leave out, you know, who the responsible party is for at least curating the information. So it's a central repository to go to. I mean, we have a requirement for an index of records. Where's the index of records for this body? I'll stop there.
This is true. I think those are all great points, and I think that's what we struggled with in our last meeting when we tried to discuss this. And I think we're kind of still in that same spot. You're trying to figure out, you know, if we issue an order to turn these over like we did with the last case, you know, specifically who should we name? I mean, obviously the task force members are, you know, the body's dissolved at this point. Their duty's been completed. I'm not sure that we have a way to contact them, just like with the last case. So where would we send an order? And we could try again to the clerk's office. We could send an order to the clerk's office, the board of super. We could hit all of them, see who responds back. I'm not necessarily just because we send the order doesn't mean that there's a violation necessarily. But maybe we include Department of Elections, maybe we include Board of Supervisors, Clerk of the Board, and then see what we get. And city attorney, maybe. I don't know. Does anyone have thoughts?
Well, you made an interesting point there. City attorney holds another role, and that is as the supervisor of records. What's the role of the supervisor of records? If you can't find a record, or if you don't know if it's public or not, are they the arbiter or the actual supervisor? They're the actual supervisor of all public records. Maybe they're the responsible party to at least track it down, or
I mean, that wasn't why I suggested them. I suggested them because when we contacted clerk of the board to try to add them to this case, clerk of the board directed us to the city attorney's office and said, no, it's not the clerk of the board. That was the response that Wilson Ing gave us, was that, no, you should contact the city attorney's office, and provided names in the city attorney's office. And so I had Cheryl add them to the notice on this. And so I'm not sure if it's really them or if we should include them just to cover all of our bases.
Well, but I'm positing that there has to be somebody that, it's like, for instance, the contracts in the city. The city administrator oversees contracts of the city. It doesn't matter what department it's in. That's the office. I'm suggesting that we have a supervisor of records that are supposed to oversee records, manages the index of records. There's that all those requirements. So I'm just positing that as a thought.
Other members have thoughts on this? How to proceed? I mean, I think it's important that we do some type of similar order here, like we did with the last one, to at least try to make the effort to get these. I think, potentially these email addresses might still be active. In fact, I'm pretty sure they are, at least when we checked in last time. That was the information that the clerk of the board's office gave us, that they were keeping them active until all these issues were resolved. But the clerk's office didn't have access to them necessarily, that the specific members apparently still had access. But I'm not sure if that's still the case, or if they even knew that they had access still. But I think we should try something and see where it takes us. Okay, well, here, I'll start then. Sure, I'll make the exact same motion as I did in the prior case, the exact same wording for consistency, but the named parties I'll send the order to would be the city attorney's office, clerk of the board's office, and Department of Elections. And that would be my motion. If you could read back specifically the motion I made last time, and then we'll see who responds, and maybe compliance and amendments can sort it out from there.
Okay, city attorney, clerk of the board, and who else?
Department of Elections.
Okay. That you move to order the Department of Elections to search Charles Young's, so this would be Arnold Townsend, right?
So, right, I'm sorry, yeah. So Arnold and would be, instead of just Department of Elections, would be those three entities that I just named.
Right, okay. Hang on a second. Copy it down before I forget this. Order. Okay. Moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Wolf.
Oh, no one seconded it yet, just the motion part.
The motion, okay. To order the City Attorney's Office, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, and the Department of Elections to search Arnold Townsend's email address and ask them to reach out to Mr. Townsend to obtain records in his possession under Smith versus San Jose.
Exactly, yes, that would be my motion.
Okay, who wants the second?
This is Vice Chair Wong. I'll second that.
Okay. Okay. Now we want to open up to public comment.
Yeah, in just one moment, I would just note that all those parties that I named were all noticed of this particular meeting here tonight. So if anyone had apprehension in the prior motion I made in the last one about Department of Elections not being noticed, all those parties were noticed of this meeting. So I just want to throw that out there. So I don't see any hands, so we'll go ahead and move to public comment on this.
Yes, any members of the public who would like to make public comment in this matter can raise their hand at this time via *3 or otherwise using the application to raise your hand. We have 2 hands raised. I will move to our first caller.
Yes, I'm here and ready to go when you like.
Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. Thank you very much to the chair and vice chair for this motion, and I hope that it passes. In keeping with the spirit of taking the broadest possible approach, you did include the Board of Supervisors, I believe. And it seems to me that the other party that might know something or that might have something or might know where to find something would be the mayor. Now, I understand that you might be concerned to include the mayor in any motion, presumably because the mayor has not been noticed. But presumably the mayor is the top, essentially, administrative officer who pretty much has hired and can get rid of the administrative functioning heads of the city. And I think that the mayor might be a good party to approach with respect to attempting to get records and especially find out, which mouse hole might they have disappeared into. So that's my suggestion, either as part of this motion or to consider in some other action approaching the mayor with respect to trying to get at records that are very important and are very important to understanding the way an important function has operated, important basically to the whole functioning of our democracy and our politics in this city for the next 10 years. Those were very intense, very extensive meetings, lots of passionate participation by the public, and I think that you would do the public a service to cast as wide a net as possible to get to the bottom of what happened, what's going on, and make also make recommendations in your role under 6730 and so on as to what needs to be improved or corrected or changed for the future so that this kind of, where did it go, what happened, where is it, does not happen again. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Do we have any other public commenters? Victor? Do we have public commenters?
All set?
Go ahead, David.
Bueller. Sorry, I've been in city meetings since 9:30 this morning, so I'm getting a bit punchy. I just want to be clear that in the previous motion, the task force found a violation against Reverend Townsend. This is just a follow-up motion, not finding a violation with respect to these three departments, but just trying to track down Reverend Townsend or the relevant materials so that perhaps Anonymous can get the stuff that he was looking for. So long as that's the case, I have no objection to the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pilpel. That's correct. This motion does not include a violation. This is just an order. Do we have other public commenters?
Yes, I will unmute.
Hi, this is Lauren Girardin.
One moment, and Cheryl will let you know when she's ready to have you speak.
Great, thank you. I can spell the last name as well if needed.
Your name is Lauren Jordan.
Girardin, Girardin.
Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Just quick comment just to add that I may want to include the Elections Commission. They were not, as far as I know, directly managing any of the communications channels used by any of the members of the task force or by the task force itself. But they are currently examining some of these issues that you were talking about tonight over questions of who has responsibility, who is, the holder of records, who will be the ones also possibly making recommendations around this. So that might be helpful for them. They also, of course, oversee the Department of Elections. So we'll inevitably probably hear about any requests that you send as well. So maybe we might as well just include them on it. And there's also the appointing bodies. There are 3 appointing bodies for the redistricting task force. Different bodies appoint different members. And so, they may be interested in this as well, but, they don't have a role or perhaps shouldn't have a role in the actual activities of the task force once it's convened. Though the Department of Elections did wind up doing hiring of contractors. And then the clerk of the board would forward emails, of course, for task force members. But anyway, just a little bit of information and context there. Happy to provide other information if you need it. I went to all of the meetings of the task force. And I'm just speaking in my personal capacity tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
That completes the members of the public with their hands raised for public comment.
Okay, so no other hands raised. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Just to be absolutely clear, I went back as the public comment was going on and double checked. So it was City Attorney's Office and Clerk of the Board that got noticed, but I just want to be clear that Department of Elections was not noticed to this meeting. I'm still going to keep them on my motion because I don't think we're finding a violation. This is just simply asking them to perform, or ordering them to perform a search if they can do so, but just to correct the record on that. Member Schmidt?
Yeah, if I could ask that the question be put to Mark Price Wolf. Do you believe that the ordinance gives us the authority to make an order in this matter that would be directed to the city attorney's office? And what provision would it be? 6721E that gives us that authority?
Member Schmidt, I'm looking at the list of participants, and it looks like DCA Price Wolf has dropped off.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
okay.
That was a great question. I see him. I don't know if he's. Oh, wait. It looks like he might be back here.
Oh, a hand is up.
Okay, I see him now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was muted and I couldn't unmute. So, so can you explain your question again? Are you asking like what authority do you think the task force has?
Well, in this context where the city attorney's office has been included as someone who, under this motion, there's a motion that an order that the city attorney's office be ordered under, I think it's pursuant to 67.21E, the authority that this task force has, that it be ordered to produce or to somehow affect the production of the documents that were requested here initially from Arnold Townsend. Do you think that 6721E gives us the authority and it extends to making that order on the city attorney's office, who wasn't really involved in the they weren't a named respondent?
You know, I mean, I think I kind of guess to your point earlier, Member Schmidt, about like to what extent can the task force all of a sudden just start ordering all of these agencies to produce records if the task force thinks they might live within a particular agency, right? There's, I think, a main part of what the task force does is adjudicate these complaints, and through that adjudicative process, make findings and orders of determination. So to the extent that the complaint is filed against a particular agency and custodian of records, I think, yes, it makes sense. But once you start to go farther afield and just the task force starting to identify agencies that might have relevant records and issuing orders, you know, I think we'd have to take a really close look at the statute to see if that's what was envisioned here. So it's certainly not like how things are generally done in my time here, but I could see, you know, the concerns that you brought up earlier in the meeting, I think are valid. So I don't see it directly, like explicitly allowed, granted in this section.
Okay, yeah, I think there's, you know, some level of ambiguity to me here on this, and maybe it's just the language is a little bit it can be interpreted different ways. Okay, thank you for I know it's hard to get a question like that and just have to throw out an answer on it, but I appreciate you telling us your perspective on that.
Sure.
And this is Chair Yankee. The reason I just want to, you know, add to this as well is that, you know, I agree also that we ordinarily wouldn't make these, but I think we're in an extraordinary situation where the party who's named doesn't exist as a city official anymore, right? I mean, I think ordinarily it'd be pretty obvious that if, you know, we were to name, you know, Reckin Park were to be named, that we wouldn't go ordering around other city departments. Obviously, Reckin Park's an entity we could very easily, you know, issue the order to Reckin Park. But in this case, the city official who's being named is no longer a city official. So we're in that spot of, there's obviously records. They may still be public. Just because the official's gone, I don't think means that they shouldn't be turned over. And it shouldn't be a guessing game for a member of the public to try to guess who's the right public official. So anyway, Member Wolf.
So besides 6721E, there's also 6730C, that the task force shall make referrals to municipal office with enforcement power when it concludes that a person has violated the provisions of the ordinance, the act. I mean, city attorney, I believe, has some level of enforcement power. So, I mean, I think it's gray area or not. There, 6721E does use the word shall order the production. That's pretty definitive. Shall order. So I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud a little bit here, but again, I think that whether the purpose of the supervisor of records is to oversee public records as to whether they should be disclosed or not. I'm also wondering if they should also have if they have the authority to be also somewhat of a, not the actual curator, but actually because they manage the index of records. Do they manage the index of records? But I don't know. I'm thinking within that realm. There's got to be somebody that does that, and I don't know. I'll stop there before I go down some crazy rabbit hole.
Okay, Member Padmanabhan.
I know this is an order of determination, but I was wondering if you could use the word request instead of order.
We could. Personally, I feel more comfortable with order because, and this is, I'll explain why. If any of the named parties who we ordered have the record, then they should turn it over since it's a public record. And if they don't have it, then I think that's fine. They could just say we don't have it or we don't have access to it, and it's done, right? If we say merely request, then if someone does own the record, for lack of a better term, or have access to the record, they could say it was optional, that they didn't necessarily have to turn it over. We asked them to, they didn't do it because they didn't have time or didn't feel like it or whatever else. And so I think we need to make clear that if they do have the access to that particular record, that we expect them to turn it over. And that's the only reason I would hesitate to use request. Because I think that never, if every department says, or just ignores us, right? We send it, Cheryl sends us out, we make a motion request, we send it out, we don't get any responses back, and no records get produced. We don't know if it's the records didn't get produced because any of those departments didn't have them, or if they just chose not to, follow through with what we asked them to do versus what we ordered them to do. So. And Member Schmidt, did you have your hand up? Okay. All right. Wait, Member Wolf?
Yeah, last point. So on the subject of the index to records, this is 6729. The city administrator is the one that coordinates that. And all city officials and departments shall, it basically says here, each department, agency, commission, and public official shall cooperate with the city administrator to identify the types of records it maintains, including those documents created by the entity and those documents received in the ordinary course of business and the types of requests that are regularly received. And it goes into other details, but keeps repeating each department, agency, commission, public official is encouraged to do this and that. So I'm wondering if 6729 might lend a little more function to where or who is supposed to be responsible for curating the records. The index of records requires it of the body to be able to tell the city administrator what record. You don't have to tell us specifically what records, but you give us the categories of records and how you're keeping them or which ones you are keeping. So if the Department of Elections is curating the redistricting task force records, they must coordinate with the city administrator, and it must be recorded in the index to records. There's a whole web page for the index to records. And I'll stop there.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands, so we'll go ahead and vote on this motion. Cheryl, when you're ready.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Schmidt?
Nay.
Member Schmidt, yay or nay?
Nay.
Nay. Member Schmidt, no. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Nay.
Member Padmanabhan, no. Member Stein, absent. Excuse me. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. It's made it 6 yes, 2 no's, 2 absent.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. I think we need to take a 5-minute break here. Cheryl's asked for one, and I want to make sure that she has that. So let's do a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come back, and hopefully we can go through the next cases a little bit more quickly, since I think we have our process in place, like Member Schmidt was alluding to. So let's go 8:59. We'll come back. Cheryl, are you back? I don't think I see you there, but just checking.
Okay.
Okay, Cheryl, you're back. All right, great. Could you do a quick roll call just to make sure we're all here?
Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Padmanabhan.
Present.
Member Padmanabhan present. Vice Chair Wong.
Present.
Vice Chair Wong present. Member Stein absent. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Neighbors.
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Member Hill absent. Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf present.
Okay, all 8 of us are here. All right. Cheryl, if you want to go on, and the next item looks like we're on number 7.
Item number 7, file number 22038, complaint filed by Anonymous against Lily Ho, Redistricting Task Force, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On June 21, 2022, the Complaint Committee moved to find that there is jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and to forward matter number 22038 to the task force with the recommendation to find violations of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 6721B for failure to respond in a complete and timely manner, 6721E as in Edward, for failure to send a knowledgeable representative to the hearing and explain the decision to withhold the records, and the involved named person, Lily Ho of the Redistricting Task Force, and the clerk of the board have failed to cure the lack of designation of any responsible custodian.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So Anonymous, if you're here, could you just go ahead and raise your hand so that we can unmute you?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yep. And then if the respondent, Lily Ho, is here, if you could please press *3, or anyone on behalf of Lily Ho, please press *3 to raise your hand so we can unmute you.
Not seeing any other hands raised. If you can press *3 if you're on the phone, or use the system to raise your hand if you're connected via the computer. I don't see anybody else raising their hand at this time.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so Member Schmidt, did we have anything more to add to this one? I think you kind of.
Other than the name is different, everything else is pretty much identical. That's all.
Sounds good. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started with this one. So Anonymous, as soon as Cheryl's ready, she'll let you know, and we'll begin on this case.
Anonymous, are you ready to begin? Anonymous?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello.
We can hear you.
Yeah, now we can hear you. Okay. Are you ready to begin?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
Identical two requests on April 7th made before the close of business. A response was initially an acknowledgement or rolling records or a 10-day extension, whatever you want to call it, was due a close of business April 8th. She first responded on April 12th, not indicating which of my requests she was responding to for some requests, but I sent other requests in the future about a 10-day calendar period extension. I asked her what this applies to. She never responded. On April 21st is the actual only time I can see her responding to these two requests. On April 21st, which is long after her deadline, she declared a 10-day calendar day extension. That is not how the law works. She doesn't get 10 days from the day she responded to my request on April 21st. On May 10th, she provided to the city attorney, me, and the clerk of the board, but for some reason not SOTF, response that she didn't have records to a number of my other requests, and she states which ones they're dated. Dated April 6th, received April 11th, dated April 10th, and dated April 12th. Those are before and after these two requests, stating she has no records. That has nothing to do with this complaint. I have no idea why she didn't respond to these two requests, and we clearly know that she had access to her SFGov account at least as late as May 10th, which I believe is significantly after the RDTF disbanded, as far as I know. And with respect to those requests, she eventually says, because I caught her, because I believe I caught that there do exist those records. Once I caught her, she said, "Oh, I didn't catch the part with John Carroll. I might have some emails I sent to him during that time. I'll look for that." She hasn't, and then she never did anything about that either. I don't think those are at issue today, though. What is at issue is the two requests on April 7th, that for some reason she declared an extension on April 21st, which is way after she was supposed to declare an extension, and just never responded to, even though she responded to other requests. So I'm not sure what's going on with that, or if she gave you any. But I would ask for the same exact violations: 6725A, failure to acknowledge the IDR within 1 business day; 6721 for failure to produce the records within 10 days; Government Code 6253C for failure to provide a notice of determination of public records. To be clear, the emails that she has sent me about the fact that aren't records are for the other requests, but not these two. So that's all there is. And of course, and given that I guess 6 of you do agree that you have the authority to order these other agencies, feel free to do that. I would again urge you to do that as a separate motion. And I'm happy to take any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Anonymous. Are there any parties provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Okay, seeing none. I'll do another call for the respondent, Lily Ho, or anyone here to represent Lily Ho. If you could raise your hand and you can speak. All right, I'm not seeing any hands there. So, members, do we have questions on this one? Last call for questions. Okay, not seeing any questions. So we'll go to rebuttals. I'll make another call for the respondent. *3 to raise your hand. Okay, not seeing the respondent. So Anonymous, it's back to you for your rebuttal.
Reminder, what I'm asking for is a violation by the specific named respondent of 6725A, failure to acknowledge an immediate disclosure request within 1 business day; 6721B, failure to produce the records within 10 days; Government Code 6253C for failure to provide a notice of determination of disclosable public records for both of these requests on April 7th. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Anonymous. All right, members, time to deliberate and formulate a motion or motions. Member Padmanabhan?
I can formulate the same motion again. Who are we? I move to find Lily Ho in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance Admin Code 6725 for failing to acknowledge an IDR within 1 business day, 6721B for failing to produce any records within 10 days, and Government Code 6253C for failing to provide a notice of determination of disclosable records.
6253C, you said?
Yes.
Okay, any seconds to that motion?
Member Wolf, I'll second.
Okay, so moved by Member Padmanabhan, second by Member Wolf. Members, any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, go ahead and call for public comment on this motion. *3 to raise your hand.
Yes, if any members of the public would like to provide public comment on this matter, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the system to raise your hand. Okay. One moment, we have one caller.
My line has been unmuted. Can you hear me? And let me know when to start.
We can hear you, Mr. Warfield. Cheryl will let you know when she's ready.
You ready, Mr. Warfield?
Yes, I am. Just let me know when to start.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. We're not a party to this and not experts in the material, but we have certainly seen a good deal of it and heard the discussions and so on. I want to commend Anonymous for taking on himself so much work and so much effort, and the task force for not only taking this up, but looking into this and considering this in the more thorough way than certainly might have been done, and, well, other procedures as well that I think the task force has considered. I think it's very important to get as much to the bottom as possible of what's going on, and enforcement to the degree that you're able to do it is vitally important. So I'd like to support the efforts. I don't know if I can stay much longer on this meeting, but I'd like to appreciate what you've done in the prior similar steps and appreciate your efforts as well as the member of the public who's brought these complaints, and there's one more who has brought another complaint with a lot more pages, but in a similar vein, looking to try and understand what actually happened with a process that clearly has very serious drawbacks and needs very much to be looked into and improved, and consequences really for what looks like it might be a kind of willful, kind of mass violation, really. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warfield. Do we have any other public commenters?
I do not see anybody else with their hand raised at this time.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment on this motion. Members, is there any final discussion? Seeing no hands. Cheryl, when you're ready, let's go ahead and take a roll call on
it. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Moved by Member Pavanavin, seconded by Member Wolf, that Lily Ho is in violation of 6725 by failing to acknowledge an IDR, immediate disclosure request, 6721B for failing to respond to the request within 10 days, in California Public Records Act, 6253C, failure to respond to a request for records within 10 days from receipt of the request.
Thank you, Cheryl. All right, I guess I will.
Correction.
I'm sorry?
May I point out a correction between the readout and what you actually voted on?
Oh, yes, please, Anonymous.
So what you originally moved was failure to acknowledge within 1 day, because she did acknowledge it eventually. So I want to be clear, that's what the original motion was, and that's what you voted on. Thank you.
You have that, Cheryl?
So 6721B, failing to respond within 1 day, because it was an IDR.
No, it was 6725A was the 1 day regulation.
Failing to acknowledge an IDR, 6725A, correct? I'm a little punchy, so please forgive me.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, let me save that. Okay. Are we on to the next case?
Cheryl, I'm going to make the same motion I made as in the prior one, substituting Lily Ho's name with instead of Arnold Townsend.
All right.
And if you could read that out just to make sure it's consistent.
Is Vice Chair Wong also going to second this?
Sure.
Right. So we're opening up to public comment again?
Could you just read the motion just so it's
Yeah. Moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Vice Chair Wong, to order the City Attorney's Office, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Office, and the Department of Elections to search Lily Ho's email address and ask them to reach out to Ms. Ho to obtain records in her possession under Smith versus San Jose.
perfect. Thank you, Cheryl. All right, members, do we have any discussion on this item? Seeing no hands, we'll go ahead and move to public comment on this. *3 to raise your hand if you would like to provide public comment. And Victor, are there any public commenters?
I'm not seeing any raised hands for public comment on this motion.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. I don't see any other hands, so we can go ahead and move to a vote on this, Cheryl, when you're ready.
Let's see. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Schmidt?
Nay.
Member Schmidt, aye.
No. Nay.
Sorry. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Pavanavin?
Nay.
Member Pavanavin, nay. Member Stein, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Okay.
That's 6 ayes, 2 no, 2 absent.
Correct.
Okay, great. Any other motions on this? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to the next item. It's be item number 8.
Hang on a second.
And Cheryl, when you read this, we already discussed this at the beginning, the part that says this matter was referred to the SOTF by the ethics. You can go ahead and leave that off if you're reading.
All right. Item number 8, file number 22039, complaint filed by Anonymous against Ditka Rainier, Redistricting Task Force, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner. On June 21, 2022, the Complaint Committee moved to find the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the task force for hearing, with a recommendation that there are no violations.
Okay, so let's see. Anonymous, are you still here in attendance?
Can you still hear me?
We can still hear you. Okay, is Ms. Ditka Reiner in attendance? If you could raise your hand, please, or if someone is here to represent Ms. Reiner, *3 to raise your hand. And Victor, it doesn't appear there's anyone here for Ms. Reiner, is that correct?
I'm not seeing anybody raising their hand. If you are using the online system, you can use the indicator to raise your hand. And if you're on the phone, you can press *3 to raise your hand. I don't see anyone raising their hand for this item.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Okay, Member Schmidt, looks like the description on this one might be a little different. So do you want to give us a summary on this?
Yeah, there are similarities to the last two, but there are a couple of differences. The first thing I want to say is I believe that maybe it was Member Stein who made the motion in committee, but I seconded, and I want to go back on any recommendation I made on this one, because I went forward with the cases involving Anonymous only with the idea in mind that we would advance everything that he wanted to advance in his absence, but without doing anything to his detriment. And so I believe that we should not have made a recommendation that there would be no finding of a violation here. The other distinction here is that, so to me, I think, going back to that, I think I made a mistake. So I do not believe that we should have made a recommendation. The other difference is that Ditka Reiner did appear. I believe that her case is different than the other cases factually. You know, we will hear certainly from Anonymous about, you know, a little more of the detail on how this public records request was handled. But we felt that the response from Ditka Reiner was qualitatively better than the other members of the redistricting task force. So that is pretty much what I have to say about that.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Okay, I think we're probably ready to get started here. So Cheryl, when you're ready for Anonymous, if you could let him know.
Anonymous, are you ready to begin?
I am ready to begin.
Go ahead.
All right, the requests at issue are the same exact requests. However, as Chair of the Complaint Committee Schmidt indicated, How Rainier responded was different because, like Lily Ho, she responded to my other requests, but not these requests. And so those other requests are subject to an Ethics Commission complaint that isn't before you today. And these requests were not responded to in a timely manner, the April 7th ones. And so I didn't have a chance to explain all this on during that committee meeting. So I thank Member Schmidt for rescinding that recommendation, at least from himself. But yeah, so on April 27th, Vice Chair Rainier had Mr. Ng respond on her behalf for the request dated April 10th, April 11th, April 12th, and a later one. And then she amended her response to her later request once I pointed out that there were missing records. But none of that is before you today. And maybe you will or won't find a violation in those other complaints. But with regards to the April 7th request, she gave two, so there were two requests from April 7th, one at 2:49 p.m. and one at 2:50 something p.m. Both of those were cited in my complaint. She gave a response to one of those two requests on April 18th, which is 11 days after the request was made. So on that one, there's still, let me say it this way. I would ask for a violation on the first request for failure to acknowledge the immediate disclosure request within 1 day. I don't believe there's a 6253C issue there because she has claimed that she has no responsive records to that first request. I have searched my email right now for anything from both Ditka Rainier's SSGov account, but also she has another account that she uses. She uses a corporate, some sort of business account to do public business. That's how she responded to the complaint. I've searched for responses on both of those. And while she claims she has made responses to the other requests, it doesn't appear she has ever made a response to the second request before you today. And there are only two requests from April 7th before you today. So I'm going to ask for a violation of 6725A for both of the April 7th requests for failure to acknowledge within 1 business day in IDR, and then a violation of Government Code 6253C and 6721B for failing to produce the records and failing to provide a notice of determination of disclosable public records for only the second request on April 7th. I am happy to answer any other questions. It's interesting, her defense, I think, even acknowledges in her letter that she did not respond to the initial request. I'm not sure what that's about. She clearly acknowledges it in her response to Chair Wolf, but I don't know why she didn't do anything after that, since she knows she didn't respond to, I think she called them initial disclosure requests. But that's it. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anonymous. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? Not seen any hands on that. So one more call for the respondent. If you could raise your hand, *3. And not seen any hands. So members, time for questions. And I'm not seeing any hands. So I guess we'll get to rebuttals here. One final call for the respondent, *3, for your rebuttal. And not seeing a hand there. So Anonymous, it's back to you for your rebuttal.
Thank you very much. To go over this again, her argument is she responded to my other requests. That might be the case, but that's not what I filed this complaint about. There are other complaints about the quality of the response to the other requests and whether she told the truth or disclosed all the records. None of that matters here. That's a separate file number, separate case. Again, I'm going to ask for a violation for both April 7th requests under 6725A, failure to acknowledge an immediate disclosure request within 1 business day, and for only the second request on April 7th, a violation additionally for 6721B, failure to respond completely to the request and failure to provide a notice of determination of disclosable public records. And unlike the other RDTF members, we have an email address for Ditka Rainier that she actively uses, that she did respond to the task force with, and we know we can get in contact with her. So please make sure that all of her known email addresses are on any decision, whether you rule in my favor or not. And I would say that since we can contact her, that if you separately do an order motion, that you do order her to produce the records and see if she does. And maybe she will, right? Her argument is, I am diligent, I want to do this. So maybe she will respond to the second request of April 7th. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anonymous. Anonymous, just really quickly, just a quick follow-up question. Which page is her other email address on? Do you happen to know?
1 second. I have her other email address that she responded to SOTF with. I can just tell it to you. I don't know which page it's on. Should I just read it into the record?
Sure. Why don't you read into the record? So Cheryl, can you listen closely? Because Anonymous is going to read the email address in case it's something we want to use.
Okay. So, and I want to be clear, this is not a private email address. She emailed sotf@sofgov.org from this email address. It's not like a personal email address. Okay. The email address is ditka@Rainier, her last name, associates.com, from which she emailed on June 4th, SOTF and me, her response to the complaint. Thank you.
And Anonymous, could you do me a favor also? Could you forward that email just to Cheryl so she can see it in hard copy as well? Because what we're doing,
sure.
Yeah,
just to be clear, already has that email address. But yeah.
Yeah, I know. Right? Yeah, just so she doesn't need to go digging for it. Because what we do now is by the next morning we email out our orders, and so I want to make sure that Cheryl has that easily accessible to her, so that she can include that when she sends the order out.
It has been sent to you, both of you, just now.
All right, great, thank you. All right, Member Schmidt.
Yeah, not a question, but I just wanted to comment that I think Anonymous's comments are well taken, that it was some requests that maybe Ditka Rainier told us at committee that had been responded to, but they're not the right requests, and that the ones that he's pursuing here are ones that Ditka Rainier did not respond to. And so that's something that it didn't come up earlier. And so I certainly would side with Anonymous on the evidence that there were violations here.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Member Padmanabhan, I see.
This question is for Ms. Leger. Cheryl, which email did you use for Ditka Rainier?
I'd have to, let's see. The email address that identifies her as a contractor. So that would be through my email directory that I have with the city. So that's what I did for today's date. I'm looking at same email address that I use for the complaint committee hearing too.
But she did, show up for the complaint committee hearing, which. Okay, and you did not send it to Ditka Rainier Associates?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's in my record.
Yes, she did appear, and she confirmed she's not a Bears fan.
Okay, members, does anyone have a motion for this item?
Okay, I'll go ahead and draft something else. In this case, I would move to find Dick Carina in violation of 6721E for failing to attend the SOTF hearing, 6725A for failing to acknowledge an IDR within 1 business day for both requests on April 7th, and 6721B for failing to produce any records within 10 days for the second request on April 7th, and Government Code 6253C for failing to provide a notice of determination of disclosable records for the second request on April 7th.
Member Wolf, I'll second that.
Okay, so moved by Member Padmanabhan, second by Member Wolf. And Cheryl, if you could read that back since that was a little bit different.
Moved by Member Padmanabhan, seconded by Member Wolf to find Dick Grenier in violation of 6721E for failing to attend the task force hearing. 6721B is in boy, failing to produce records within 10 days. And there was another one that I missed as I was typing. Government Code 6253C for failing to provide a notice of determination for the second request of April 7.
And 6725A for failing to acknowledge an IDR within 1 business day.
I'm wondering, Member Padmanabhan, if we're going to cite non-compliance of attendance, that we might not also, and I didn't think about this until now for even the other ones, that they're also in violation of our complaint procedure. Our complaint procedure requires that both parties attend the hearings.
Sure, I'm happy to accept that.
That would be our complaint procedure, section C, paragraph 7A. C7A.
Can you tell me what that complaint procedure is? I didn't hear what you were saying.
Yes, the requirement of attendance by both parties. Unless otherwise provided in these procedures, the complainant and the respondent are required to attend the hearings regarding complaints. However, at the discretion of the task force or its committees, accommodations may be made in response to special circumstances or requests made by the complainant and or the respondent. We don't have that. So I could see a violation of our complaint procedure also.
Okay, I see Member Schmidt's hand up.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I've ever, maybe I've missed it in the past, but what you're proposing there is that to hold someone in this task force to somehow hold them to our complaint procedure rules as being, somewhat. I mean, I think we generally look for violations of the ordinance and the state law. I'm not quite sure if that's part of what we're supposed to be doing here is, having them, whether they're in violation of procedures that we wrote.
Well, if we're making that requirement, then if they violate it, then what? I mean, these have been worked on. This is the one document that's been worked on inside and out for year in, year out. So, and we've adjusted it. It used to be that we'd only require them to come to either the committee meeting. We tried that one time, and then we tried only come to the task force hearing. And then when that didn't work, we just required them to show up to everything. So, it's been a kind of a flexible, trying to make things work kind of thing, but it's still a requirement of our process. So there's no enforcement for it, obviously, but all I'm saying is it's just that it's a violation of it. Don't have to do it. Like I said, I just thought of it, just reading through it now, and I just thought I'd throw it out there.
This is Chair Yankee. I actually agree in this with Member Schmidt. I would have a hard time saying that someone violated our complaint procedure. They may not have followed it. I'm not sure that they can violate it necessarily as they could violate the rule. But even further than that, though, I'm not sure in this case I feel comfortable even citing the non-attendance. We didn't cite it in the prior ones. And even though Ditka Reiner showed up at the complaint one, I'm not sure that she's continued to check her SF.gov email address or that she still even has access to it. And if the notice had gone to her other email address, I might feel differently, but Cheryl just confirmed that the notice of this meeting only went to her old SF.gov one. And since we weren't holding anyone else, in violation of that for not receiving those emails, and it seems like perhaps they didn't, since not many people are showing up, if any, I wouldn't feel that's fair to her either. In fact, she's shown up more than the other people, since she actually did come to the complaint meeting. So I would not feel comfortable voting for this motion if it included that.
Okay. Well, it's just that in the motion itself, the very first one is to find her not compliant for not showing up to this meeting.
And I'd like to amend that to take out 6721E, actually. I think Chair Yankee makes a good point.
Well, it's a debatable point to me, because we do make a requirement of records to be submitted within a certain period of time before hearing. And if they aren't submitted in that time, then those records don't make it into the record. That's not in the ordinance. That's in our complaint procedure.
I would say that is one where we do enforce that rule against them by the not considering of something that they submit late. So that's somewhat of a difference with the idea of finding that they violated something. That's the distinction I see there.
Okay, then you can move to the section around continuances. If one or the other parties do or don't show up, there's a consequence. And that's in our complaint procedure. It's not in the ordinance.
And again, they pay a penalty by not being granted the continuance, or not being given this, not that, as opposed to we don't find them in violation for not doing it. That's maybe a distinction that I'm seeing there.
Well, I think if there's some consequence for not doing something, that's a violation with enforcement behind it. Here, I'm not suggesting any enforcement. I'm just citing that there was a requirement. They didn't follow the requirement. It should be noted in the record that they didn't comply with the requirement of our complaint procedure. That's all.
Can I just interject something quickly? Chair Yankee?
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Yeah, I just looking at, I just want to reiterate what Bruce is saying, in our notices for hearings.
She did receive the notice. This is fair, actually.
What?
We care about the records. I care about the law guarantees.
Excuse us. Somebody is their mic live. Can you please mute?
Sorry about that.
No, we say in our notices to hearings, especially these remote hearings, to the complainant, your attendance is required for this meeting. To the respondent departments, Section 6721E of the Ordinance, a custodian of record or representative of your department who can speak to the matters required at the hearing.
Sure, right. But who did that? How did you notify Ditka Reiner?
Through this, this was the complaint committee hearing of June 21.
Right. So for this, the one that we're at now, how did she receive the notice for this meeting, the August 3rd meeting?
It's the same. I was telling Jaya, it's the same email. I used the same email for the June 21 meeting that she appeared at for today's hearing.
So my concern is that, since that time, the task force, I think, was working, to a certain extent, through May. She may have had access to it then or continued to check it. We're several months past that. I'm not sure she's continued to check it. So for me personally, it was this, you use the SFGov email, which is fine. That's the same email we used for, Lily Ho, for Arnold Townsend. We did not hold them in violation for not appearing. This many months after she's no longer part of the task force, I think it's reasonable to assume that she's not checking her SFGov email address on a, weekly basis to see if she's being summoned to a meeting. So for that reason, I'm not personally comfortable holding her accountable for her absence here.
And I'd like to amend my motion to remove 6721E because I also feel I'm convinced by Chair Yankee's argument.
Okay, it's gone.
Does the seconder accept?
I wasn't 6721E cited for the other ones?
Not.
No.
It wasn't. Okay. All right. And I'll accept it to maintain continuity.
Okay. So, Cheryl, can you reread the motion as it is now?
Moved by member Padmanabhan, seconded by member Wolf to find Ditka, I can't say her name, Rainier in violation of 6721A for failing to acknowledge a request within 10 days, 6721B failing to produce records within 10 days, California Public Records Act 6253C failing to provide a notice of determination for the second request of April 7, and a violation of complaint procedure section 7A as an apple, the requirement of attendance by both parties at this hearing.
Okay. Member Schmidt, do you still have your hand up? Okay. Any other comments on that motion from members?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm just reviewing the agenda, and the 6721E is in the preamble there. Are we sure that 6721E didn't make it into all these all the previous ones? Because we were just rattling off the citation numbers.
I don't recall, but Cheryl, can you?
This is Vice Chair Wong. I'm looking back at my notes for today's meeting. I don't see that.
You don't see any motion that included 6720E for failure to send a knowledgeable representative?
I believe we may have mentioned it in the first file, which was agenda item 5, but I believe it was removed.
That's my memory as well, Member Wolf, that it was there. We discussed and we determined that it wasn't appropriate to keep it in.
Okay. All right, onward.
Chair Yankee, may I say something about the readback?
Sure, go ahead. Yes, please.
The motion from Member Padmanabhan was 6725A for the one-day response, not 6721A, which is what I heard from the readback. And I thought you all did not include the complaint procedure violation because of the argument you just made. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl, can you please adjust as anonymous noted?
Yep.
And then reread it one more time.
Failing to acknowledge, I don't have it off the top of my head. 6725 for failing to acknowledge an IDR.
Cheryl, we need you to reread the motion in its entirety.
All right, sorry.
Take a moment if you need to, but we need to make sure this is correct because this is going to be what you send out tomorrow.
Right. Moved by Member Padmanabhan, seconded by Member Wolf to find Dick Raniere in violation of 6725A for failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request. 6721B, failing to produce records within 10 days. California Public Records Act 6253C as in cat, failing to provide notice of a determination for the second request of April 7, and a violation of complaint procedure.
Cheryl, not the complaint procedure part. We just talked about not including that.
All right. And that's it.
Okay. Member Padmanabhan, does that sound correct? And anonymous, does that sound correct?
6725A, could you add within one business day for the IDR?
And I believe that first violation Member Padmanabhan made clear was for both requests, while the second and third violations are only for the second request. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Cheryl, do you want to reread it one more time just so we make sure we have it right?
Moved by Member Padmanabhan, seconded by Member Wolf to find Dick Raniere in violation of 6725A for failing to acknowledge an immediate disclosure request within one business day. 6721B for failing to produce records within 10 days. California Public Records Act 6253C for failing to provide a notice of determination for the second request of April 7.
Does that sound right, everyone?
Sorry, Cheryl. So the 6721B was for the second request also. 6725A was for both requests.
All right, violation of 6725A for failing to acknowledge both immediate disclosure requests within one business day. 6721B, failing to produce records within 10 days. 6253C, failing to provide a notice of determination for the second request of April 7. I think it was only for the second request.
Yes. Yes, 6253C was for the second request, and so was 6721B.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, let's go ahead and take public comment then at this point. If there's any public comment, please press *3 to raise your hand.
Okay, I'm looking at the list. If you would like to press make public comment, you press *3, or otherwise raise your hand. I'm not seeing anybody raising their hand at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Members, any last discussion on this motion before we vote? And seeing none, so Cheryl, when you're ready to call the roll.
Member Pamanabhan?
Aye.
Member Pamanabhan, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 8 ayes and 2 absences.
Okay, any other motions on this one? I can try one because I think we should have an order on this as well.
Did I take your previous order?
I'm going to make a slightly different one on this, since in this case we do actually have contact information for Ditka Reiner. So I'm going to move that we order Ditka Reiner to provide the requested records within 5 business days by sending notification to her Ditka Reiner Associates email address, and requesting that the Department of Elections, Clerk of the Board's office, and City Attorney's office perform a check of her city email address if she no longer has access to it.
Department of Elections, Clerk of the Board, and you said City Attorney?
City Attorney's, right? Those are the same 3 as the prior ones. But in this case, I want to make it clear that we send it to her, since we do have a way to send that order to her.
Who's going to second?
This is Vice Chair Wong. I will second again.
Okay, Cheryl, could you read that one back just to make sure we have it correct?
Moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Vice Chair Wong. To order Dick Rainier to provide the requested records within 5 days by sending notification to Dick Rainier's associate's address. The Department of Elections, Clerk of the Board, and the City Attorney's office.
No. By sending to her email address and ordering the Department of Elections, Clerk of the Board's office, and City Attorney's office to check her SF.gov email address for any responsive records if she no longer has access to it.
Okay, moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Vice Chair Wong, to order Dick Rainier to provide the requested records within 5 days of sending notification to Dick Rainier's Rainier Associates address, and ordering the Department of Elections, Clerk of the Board, and the City Attorney's office to check her SF.gov email address if she no longer has access to it.
Yep. Okay, any discussion on this motion? Okay, not seen any. We'll go ahead to public comment on this motion. *3 if you'd like to raise your hand and provide public comment.
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment on this matter, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. Just giving it a moment. I do not see anybody with the raised hand to speak on this matter.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment on this. And seeing no other hands up, we'll go ahead to a vote on this.
You're gonna sit at your own desk.
No, I'm good.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Schmidt?
Nay.
Member Schmidt, nay. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Palmer-Abbin?
Nay.
Member Palmer-Abbin, nay. Member Stein, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. 6 ayes, 2 no.
2 absent.
And 2 absent, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Any other motions on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the next item. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Item number 9, file number 22041, complaint filed by Anonymous against Matthew Castillan, Redistricting Task Force, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner. On June 21, 2022, the Complaint Committee moved to forward matter number 22041 to the task force that the records are public. There is jurisdiction. It recommends finding violations of Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance Section 6721B, for failure to respond in a complete and timely manner, 6721E as in Edward, for failure to send an eligible representative to attend the hearing and explain the decision to withhold records. Chair Schmidt further noted that the violations on behalf of custodian of records of the Redistricting Task Force, the clerk of the board, and Matthew Castellan, battling that, and that the involved named entities that have failed to cure the lack of designation of any responsible custodian and to forward the matter to the August Sunshine Task Force consent calendar.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Let's check for the petitioner and respondent. So, Anonymous, if you're still here, can you raise your hand so we can unmute you? Okay, looks like we see Anonymous's hand here. And then is Matthew Castillan here or anyone on his behalf?
Hello. Hello.
Yep,
Hi, this is Anonymous. I was just unmuted, so.
Yep, we can hear you now. So if there's anyone on behalf of Matthew Castillan, the respondent, please raise your hand as well. And I'm not seeing any hands, so it looks like we're just with Anonymous again on this one. Member Schmidt, did you have any additional information on this case?
9 should be just like 7 and 6, just change the name.
Gotcha. Okay. Anonymous, when you're ready.
All right. I've forgotten how long these meetings go. Let me know when I may begin.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is Anonymous number 3. The requests are identical to the prior, the prior complaint. The complaint, what am I saying? The complaint is the same as the prior complaint. In this case, it should be like the non-Rainier cases because the only email I have ever received from Mr. Castellan's SSGov email address is an April 13th non-timely response doing a 10-day extension. I have so that was a violation of 6725A. Actually, that's not even a response to these 2 requests. That was a response to a much later request. So these 2 requests, I have never received any response to these two requests. No extensions, no acknowledgements, no determinations of disclosable public records. So I would ask that you find violations of 6725A for failure to acknowledge these two IDRs within 1 business day, 6721B for failing to produce the records within 10 days, Government Code 6253C for failing to provide a notice of determination of disclosable public records, and as a separate motion, since I know it's non-unanimous, continue with your, I guess, tradition of having the other relevant city agencies look for their records and ask them to reach out to whatever email address they have for Mr. Castellan to do a City of San Jose search. And you might, I know in the very first complaint, you were very specific about that whole rigmarole about how they should produce records from SF.gov and they should contact basically Mr. Castellan if they have any contact information regarding this San Jose records. Please do be specific. It's helpful for these motions to be very specific and to not kind of round them off, so to say, so that people do things and some action happens. Maybe records come out. Thank you very much.
Unanimous. Are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? Seeing none, move to the respondent. If the respondent or any representative for the respondents available, please press *3 to raise your hand. And not seeing any hands, we'll go ahead and move to the question period. Members, do we have any questions on this item? And I'm not seeing any questions. So we'll go back now to the rebuttals. So if the respondent is here, if you could please raise your hand and we can get your rebuttal in. And not seeing. So if we could. All right, and Anonymous, looks like it's you.
All right, let me know when the timer's ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Again, the requested violations, 6725A, failure to acknowledge the immediate disclosure requests in 1 business day. 6721B, failure to produce the records within 10 days. Government Code 6253C, failure to provide a notice of determination of disclosable public records as required by state law. Separate motion, and please be, regarding the order, please give all the nuance you did in your very first motion. If these motions are going to have any, the second motions are going to have any purpose, hopefully we do get some contact information, and maybe they'll just, maybe maybe these other agencies will do is they'll just give this SOTF the contact information, the forwarding information for these former public officials, and then you can just send your violation emails to them. Maybe they'll do something about it, and we can talk about all of that at compliance. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Anonymous. Members, time to deliberate. Any motions on this one?
Okay, in the interest of time, I'll go ahead and I move to find Matthew Castillon in violation of Sunshine Ordinance Admin Code 6725A for failing to acknowledge an IDR within 1 business day, 6721B for failing to produce any records within 10 days, and Government Code 6253C for failing to provide a notice of determination of disclosable records.
This is Member Neighbors. I'll second.
Okay, so moved by Member Padmanabhan, seconded by Member Neighbors. Cheryl, do you have that one?
Okay, move to find Matthew Castellan in violation of 6725A for failing to acknowledge his IDRs, 6721B, failing to produce records in 10 days, and 6253, having to do with the
6253C for failing to provide a notice of determination of disclosable records.
Member Padmanabhan, this is the exact same motion as in number.
It's the
seven,
exact same motion.
Yeah. So Cheryl, if you just go for what you put it for number 7, item number 7, and just swap out.
Actually, number 6.
Number 6. Okay, so number 6. Do you have it, Cheryl? Cheryl?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, do you have it?
I think so.
Okay, can you go ahead and read it back?
Moved by member Padmanabhan, seconded by member Neighbors to find Matthew Castilian a violation of 6725A for failing to acknowledge an immediate disclosure request, 6721B for failing to produce records within 10 days, and 6253C failing to provide notice of disclosable records.
Is that good, member Padmanabhan?
It is, but could you just copy and paste what we did in number 6, which is you also added within 1 business day for 6721, 6725A at the very end?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, it's in there.
Okay, can you read it one more time, just to be sure?
Move to find Matthew Castilian in violation of 6725A for failing to acknowledge the immediate disclosure request within 1 business day, 6721B failing to produce records within 10 days, and 6253C for failing to provide notice of disclosable records.
I think before the 6253C, it should say government code.
Well, yes, CPRA.
Or CPRA government, yeah.
Yeah. It does.
Okay. We good now? Okay. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, go ahead and move to public comment on that. So if you'd like to provide public comment on that motion, please press *3.
Yes, press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise raise your hand. Give everyone a moment to make their own indications. I do not see any additional hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. If there's no other discussion, we can go ahead and move to a vote on this.
Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Pomenaben, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Stein, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. All ayes. 2 absences.
Okay, so for this one, Cheryl, I'm going to make the same motion I made for number, we'll say for number 6. Also, except substitute out Arnold Townsend and put in Matthew Castilian's name.
And this is Vice Chair Wong. I will second.
Okay. It would be the same one that you did for Lily Ho, right?
Yeah, I believe it's the same one for that as well.
Okay, that's what I did.
Okay, can you go ahead and read it just for the record here?
Moved by Chair, moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Vice Chair Wong, to order the City Attorney's Office, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Office, and the Department of Elections to search Matthew Castellan's email address and ask them to reach out to Mr. Castellan to obtain records in his possession under Smith versus San Jose.
Perfect. Okay, great. Any discussion on this one, members? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment on this. If you'd like to provide public comment, please press *3. And Victor, I'm not seeing any public comment, correct?
Yes, I am not seeing any additional public comment for this item.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a vote on this.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Schmidt.
Nay.
Member Schmidt, no. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Pomenaben.
Nay.
Member Pomenaben, no. Member Stein, absent. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. 6 ayes, 2 noes, 2 absences.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Any final motions or comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the next one, item number 10. And Anonymous, thank you for sticking with us. I think your items are complete now.
Is he still with us?
Maybe you left already. I don't know.
Okay.
Chair Yankee?
Oh, Member LaHood?
Yeah, actually, it's regarding this item. Perhaps I should let Ms. Leger read it, and then I have a comment.
Okay, sounds good.
This is recent motion?
I think she has a comment about the next agenda item, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, so go ahead and read it, and then we'll go to Member LaHood after you read it.
Item number 10, file number 22056, complaint filed by Will Jarrett against Arnold Townsend and Ditka Rainier, Redistricting Task Force, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. On June 21, 2022, the complaint committee, moved by Member Stein, seconded by Chair Schmidt, to forward the matter to the task force that there is jurisdiction, that the records are public, and regarding respondents Rainier and Townsend, and the clerk recommends that violations of Administrative Code Section 6721B for boy for timeliness and Section 6721E for failure to appear at a hearing to explain issues.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Member LaHood.
Yes, I need to recuse myself from this item. Mr. Jarrett is with Mission Local. The San Francisco Public Press is a fiscal sponsor for Mission Local, and I should not participate in this matter.
I move to recuse Member LaHood.
I will second that.
That's Member Wolf making the motion.
That's Chair Yankee seconding.
To accept the recusal, is that what you said?
No, to recuse. She made the disclosure. Requesting recusal.
And Chair Yankee, you were second?
Yes, that's correct. Oh, and I see Member or Vice Chair Wong's hand up.
Yeah, I guess I should probably then also disclose that I have both donated to Mission Local as well as written for them at the publication.
Do you think you would be, it would bias your opinion in this matter?
For the record, I'm shrugging. I think I can be unbiased in this case.
When was the last time that you wrote for them?
Only wrote for them once, which I believe was in 2020. Let me double check though.
Were you paid?
I was paid. Yeah, August 2020. So it has been 2 years.
You're only required to make the disclosure unless you feel that you're going to be biased, and I think we should consider recusing it.
Maybe we could get DCA Price Wolf to weigh in on this. Mark, are you still with us?
I am. I don't necessarily think just by stating you can be unbiased absolves any notion of bias. So while I, don't in any way doubt Member Wong's sincerity or her shrug, I think you do have to look into the financial interest. And I'm trying to think, though, if it more has to do with what an organization has contributed to your organization, and whether that might bias you. And this is a little different because you're saying you have contributed to Mission Local here. I mean, I think I always err very conservatively on these sorts of issues.
And Mark, I think she said that she was also paid to write for them as well.
Right. So I would take that as, a term of employment or whatever contracting term that has ended, right? There's no current employment relationship.
That's correct.
It's been more than a year.
Yeah, so I don't think, as long as there's no current employment relationship, and there's nothing current, so any sort of current financial arrangement going on, I don't think there's a problem.
Thus, the other qualification is if you feel like you can remain unbiased. That's generally how we roll here.
No, I think that's a good inquiry, but I'm just saying that wouldn't absolve sort of financial conflicts. So
yeah, get it. I don't have any issues.
We do have the motion on the floor for Member LaHood's recusal, so we should probably go ahead and end that one. So is there any further discussion on that particular motion? And seeing none, is there any public comment on that motion?
There are 2 hands raised at this time. I'll go ahead and unmute, or 3 hands.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and unmute them one by one.
Yeah, I'll let you and Cheryl handle that.
Hi, this is Anonymous 3. Let me know when the timer begins.
You ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I would say 2 things. One, there is the requirement for who has to be recused, and then there is ensuring the task force can always maintain the lack of the appearance of a conflict of interest, which is a separate issue than just an actual conflict of interest or some, public corruption law that may exist regarding financial relationships. And 2, I know Member Neighbors has discussed this before. As you lose people to up to the quorum, it's very important for people to think through dissenting votes on anything, because you may lose the ability to have 6 people do something unless you're unanimous, depending on who and how people are recused. And I'd urge you to think about that strongly, not in deciding who's being recused, but later on when you're deciding about actual motions. Thank you.
Do we have other public commenters?
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Moment.
Thank you.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am. Just let me know when to start, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. The recusal, I believe, there are some very specific guidelines for recusal, and some of those, well, I'm not familiar with all of the details. I think some of that is discussed in a variety of places, including, and I hate to refer to it, the Good Government Guide, which often has not been correct, but in any case, I'm sure has discussion about this. My understanding is that there has to be, for a legal sort of a sense of a recusal need, that there has to be a financial conflict of interest. And that other things like other kinds of relationships, like friendships, for example, or some kind of alliances of other kinds, may not necessarily be a conflict of interest that requires a recusal or ethically requires a recusal. I do think the direction of where the money is going and where basically the control is going is something to be concerned about, and I'm glad that there was the question asked, at least for one of the folks, whether they would feel that they could not be impartial. Unfortunately, the task force is structured and has its rules structured. Not always, hasn't always, but basically any absence, any recusal is essentially, in effect, a no vote. And that's where your attendance and your full membership is very important. Today, you seem to have 2 members absent, and I believe a vacancy.
30 seconds.
And that's going to mean it's a super duper majority required for the complainant to have their basically a fair day in court. So I would urge the members to think seriously about the requirements and the impacts and possibly consider postponing the hearing on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more. I will unmute them at this time.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. David Pilpel. All ready?
Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. I'm not sure that super duper majority is a legal or technical term. We'll just go with it. So in my view, there are two major areas of conflict and recusal. One is financial, where someone is either the recipient or the source of income for another that's above and distinct from the public generally, or you're within 500 feet of a subject property when you're in a land use context or in a permit or license or quasi-adjudicatory function. So I think the financial conflict was disclosed and is in order, and it's appropriate for member LaHood to be recused, and I support the motion. As to member Wong, I think it is not a financial conflict as defined because the source of income was more than a year ago. You've disclosed that on the record, which is totally appropriate. And then I think the question becomes, does member Wong believe that she can impartially adjudicate the matter in that quasi-adjudicatory capacity? And she's answered the question, said that she believes she can, and that's, I believe, satisfactory. It's a combination of actual bias, appearance of bias, and there's one other factor I can't remember right now, reputation, something. Oh, a friendship or a close relationship, some of which is captured in the statement of incompatible activities of the task force. In any event, both members have properly disclosed. One, I think, is appropriate for recusal. That's the motion before you. I support it, and then I think you can get to the case on the merits. I hope that's helpful. Thanks for listening.
Okay, any other public commenters?
I believe that was the last one on our list.
Okay, great. Any further discussion before we vote on this? Seeing none. Go ahead and call the roll, sure.
I'm sorry, could I hear the motion again?
Oh, sure.
It was moved by member Wolf, seconded by Chair Yankee to recuse member LaHood.
Ah, okay.
Pretty simple. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt? Member Schmidt?
Dean.
Are you
Hey,
muted?
Dean. Oh, we lost him.
Looks like you may have frozen.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll come back. Does member LaHood get to vote on this motion?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, she can vote for herself.
All right, member LaHood, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Highland? Aye. Member Highland, aye. Member Stein? Absent. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Schmidt? He's still frozen?
Yeah, his image is gone now, so it looks like he got booted off.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and record him as absent on this.
So there's 7 ayes.
Okay.
See ya.
Okay.
No hesitation.
Okay. Anything else before we begin on this? Okay. Remember, Vice Chair Wong, you're all set?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, where were we on this? Let's see.
We're just introducing the item.
Yes, we introduced the items. Let's make sure that our complainant and respondent are here. So is the complainant, Will Jarrett, available? Oh, looks like you got it.
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much for sticking with us this long.
Yeah, no worries at all.
All right, great. Okay, and is there the respondent happen to have shown up at this point? Should be either Arnold Townsend or Dick Reiner, I believe, on this one. And I'm not seeing any hands. Star 3 if you're here. Okay. So not seeing any hands. Looks like, which committee did this go to? This went to complaint committee also. So, oh, okay, we're gonna have some problem here because member Schmidt's not here.
And I wasn't at that meeting.
Did you have anything from the recording that you listened to? Member Wolf?
I don't recall.
Okay.
This one.
Gotcha. So I don't think we're gonna have much background on this one. So it looks like we will turn it over to Mr. Jarrett to present. So Mr. Jarrett, when you're ready, or Cheryl will let you know when she's ready, then you can begin.
All right, sounds good.
You ready to begin speaking, Mr. Jarrett?
Yep, I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, brilliant. Right, yeah, so this complaint was basically aimed at Dick Reiner and Arnold Townsend. I asked for texts, emails, and phone logs relating to anything redistricting between 1 a.m. on April 9th and 11 a.m. on April 10th. Reverend Townsend never responded, so I think that kind of facet of the complaint is fairly clear-cut. Member Reiner did respond. She supplied, there's between 200 and 300 emails, but they were all just emails that had been forwarded from the redistricting task force email to her. So there were no personal emails or texts that she had kind of either personally written or received from any of the other task force members. And in the kind of in the complaints hearing we had previously, was it the end of June, I think, Ms. Reiner said that she told members of this group that she had made every attempt to fulfill the request, and that there were no more records to show me. She basically said, no, I don't have any of the kind of personal records, and it is just these ones that were forwarded. And so the members of this task force asked me to find evidence that that wasn't the case. So I've sent over screenshots of a text from Dick Reiner to Jeremy Lee and Kema Hernandez-Gill. It was at 1:41 a.m. on April 9th. So it's within the time period that I requested. And it was never provided to me by Ms. Reiner. So I think that shows. I mean, the content of the text is completely innocuous. It's just about lunch the following day, so that doesn't really matter. But I think what that text shows is that there were records there that were not given to me, that should have been. And I think that is more or less what I had to say, but happy to answer any questions or follow-ups.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Are there any parties here to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? If you could press star 3 to raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the respondent in case they happen to have shown up. So if you're the respondent to this item, please press star 3 to raise your hand. And I'm not seeing any hands. So we will move to question and answer now. Cheryl, it looks like I can see Member Schmidt again, so we should probably note that he's present here at 10:41 p.m. And Member Schmidt, you missed the beginning. Maybe you can give us a little bit of the background on this. We just got through the opening statements for this item, but we didn't get to hear a summary of it.
Yeah, sorry, something happened to my my computer, my PC. Yeah, really not much to say about this. It's really very, very similar to other cases. The petitioner is different. It involves two of the same respondents. And there was, I'm not quite sure. And the request is somewhat different from what Anonymous was requesting, but it seems like the problems here are very similar to in the other cases. That's all I can think of from my recollection of the complaint committee hearing.
Okay. And I have a question. Maybe you dealt with it in the complaints or maybe not. And I'm just noticing it now that we don't typically see complaints like this where it's two different respondents that are combined in a single file. So I'm noticing that now this is going to be kind of a difficult one to piece through since it's Arnold Townsend and Ditka Reiner, and they're combined in the same file rather than two different files being created for them as separate respondents. Is this something that was combined, or is that just?
I don't think we did anything at the committee. I thought it just was like that at the time. They were somehow together. I don't recall that being like discussed.
Okay. Cheryl, do you have any background on that? Why these would be together?
No, I really don't have any background on it.
I think it may have just been that's how the petitioner chose to submit to the task force.
Okay. Okay, we can work through it if need be. We might need to consider, two separate motions so it's clear, what we're saying about which respondent. But okay. All right. So question and answer session. Members. Not seeing any hands. Should we go
nice and easy?
Should we go right to rebuttals on this one? Okay, let's go to rebuttals. One last call for the respondent on this. Please press *3 if you're here. And not seeing any hands being raised. So, Mr. Jarrett, it's your turn to give your rebuttal.
Yeah, great. I don't think I've got much to add really. I guess you mentioned that you've got Ms. Reiner's personal or her work email that you'll be able to get her at. I've also got contacts for. I've got Arnold Townsend's phone number if you needed me to kind of forward that to anyone in order for you to get in contact with him to ask for records. But yeah, I've got nothing else to add. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I have one quick question here for you. Do you know which page, if you're on the PDF, your initial request is on?
I'm afraid I don't. I haven't got the PDF open in front of me, I'm afraid.
Oh, I found it. Never mind. I think we're all set.
Okay, great. Phew.
It's 385, it looks like. Okay. Okay, members. Any deliberation on this one? Any motions on this one then?
All right, this is Member Padmanabhan. I can go ahead and make the motion to find, but this one would be to find, can I combine both the Ditka Reiner and what's the other person's name? Arnold Townsend in the same violation? I suppose I can.
Question through the chair. Is this, was the request for exactly the same thing from both task force members?
That's a one. So the one for, and I didn't make it to the one for Mr. Townsend, but it looks like the one for Ms. Reiner was sent just to her. I don't know if the wording was the same though.
Mr. Townsend is on page 6.
On page 6.
From my recollection, I think it was the same as text, emails, and phone logs in the same time period for both.
Then I would suggest that we make two separate well, I guess you can do it all in one motion. It's if it was the same thing, if the conditions are the same for the both, as far as the result. If they're different, then I think we have to do two motions. A little odd. They should have been split.
Yeah, I wonder if we ought to do two motions just to be on the safe side, because it does seem like these really should have been split into two files, and we're better off not causing confusion by combining them.
Yeah.
I think if we combine them, it could be mistaken to read that we're focusing on interactions between the two of them. So we might as well divide.
Yeah, particularly as you get to the compliance stage, there might be different levels of compliance, and it might be helpful to have them separate.
Agreed.
Okay, am I doing the motion? So I move to find Arnold Townsend in violation of Sunshine Ordinance Admin Code 6725B for failing to produce records in a complete or timely manner. And I believe that's it.
Okay.
Oh, and in Mr. Townsend's case, maybe we could add Government Code 6253C for failing to provide a notice of determination of disclosable records.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Member Padmanabhan, seconded by Member Schmidt. Sheriff, you can read that back when you have a moment.
Moved by Member Padmanabhan, seconded by Member Schmidt to find violations of Arnold Townsend in violation of 6725E for failing to produce records in a complete and or timely manner, and California Public Records Act 6253C for failing to provide notice of determination of disclosable records.
Sound good? Okay. Any discussion on that motion? Not seen any. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on that motion.
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment on this matter, you can press *3 to raise your hand, or otherwise use the application to raise your hand. We have one caller with their hand raised at this time.
Thank you very much, Anonymous 3. Please let me know when the timer is ready.
You ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think you need to change the motion. The violation here is 6721B because the words immediate disclosure request were not in this request. I heard 6725E or something like that. But anyway, the violation is 6721B in state law, CPRA Government Code 6253C. And I would urge you to make an additional separate motion regarding the order, because again, in this case, apparently there is contact information for Mr. Townsend And I would urge you to take up the cases against Rainier as subsequent motions as well. It's weird because if you don't make the motion, none of us can ever public comment on it. So if you decide not to make a motion about Rainier, please voluntarily allow public comment, which you can always do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other public commenters?
There are no other parties with their hands raised at this time.
Okay. Go ahead and close public comment. Members, we ready for a vote on this one?
Before we go to a vote, Chair
That's right,
Yankee, may I just ask Cheryl to read? It's 6721B. Could you confirm that that's what you have?
Yeah, I'm just doing the typing right now. Moved by member Pomeroy and seconded by member Schmidt to find violations against Arnold Townsend of Sunshine Task Administrative Code Section 6721B for failing to produce records within 10 days and California Public Records Act 6253C for failing to provide notice of determination of disposable records.
That's okay.
Okay. I think we're ready for a vote then.
Member Pomeroy?
Aye.
Member Pomeroy, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood? Oh, yeah, she's recused herself. Okay. Member Stein, absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1. Yep, 7 in favor, 2 absences, and 1 recusal.
Okay, great. Okay, any additional motions? Are you on mute, Member Papanabhan?
So the second one would be to find Ditka Reiner in violation of Sunshine Ordinance Admin Code 6721B for failing to produce records in a complete or timely manner. And that's it.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so moved by member Padmanabhan, seconded by member Schmidt. Cheryl, if you want to go ahead and just read that one back to us.
Moved by member Padmanabhan, seconded by member Schmidt to find Ditka Raniere in violation of Administrative Code Section 6721B for failing to produce records in a complete and timely manner.
Okay. Any discussion on this? Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment on this. And it looks like I see a few hands here, so I'll hand it over to Victor. Victor?
All right, let me go ahead and unmute the first one.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Are you ready?
Yes, just let me know when to start.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I would agree with the motion, but I do think that there might be a differentiation in the severity of what has happened, to the degree, in any case, that what we know, and we have heard, and I presume there's been evidence provided, that Ms. Reiner did actually send at least one email or one communication to somebody else that the complainant discovered. I think there is a difference between somebody not providing material for whatever reason and somebody who apparently, well, you could use all kinds of words, but when there's evidence that they withheld specific material that we have evidence existed, I think that's a level of severity that would be worth making note of. It speaks of the potential for all kinds of other actions that are significant. So I think that that's something worth considering with respect to the motion, and certainly in any order of determination that you might provide subsequently. Thanks very much.
Okay, do we have any other callers?
You've unmuted me, anonymous number 3. Let me know when the timer begins.
You ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I agree with the violation. I want to point out something very important. In this case, the complainant has provided evidence of a record that was not produced. And the respondent has never, normally they'll say, oh, I deleted it before the request or something. And as far as I know, the respondent has never refuted, never explained what happened. And given that the respondent has not made any showing of evidence herself, your rules require you to make all inferences in favor of the complainant. That's your rules. And so given that there's no, opposite showing of why the complainant is wrong or why they were deleted before the request or anything like that, I would urge you to find violation. If and when this goes to compliance, and actually when my own future cases against Raniere are heard, I will show you a similar case where she claimed there were a certain set of records. I found and I alleged that she was lying and showed her, hey, what happened to these? And then later on, she amends her response to my request. And so, I don't know what happened to this exact request, but I do, I believe that she has done this in other requests as well. And she has not refuted, as far as I know, the complainant's, specific demonstration that there was another record. And again, we have her contact info. Someone please make a motion for an order, and maybe make separate motions for an order for disclosure from her versus agencies, because it's now going to get harder to get 6 votes in favor of an order. But maybe someone will be willing to order a person as opposed to these other agencies. And so I would urge you to add those orders separately as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was our last person with a hand raised. I'll just give it a moment to see if there's anybody else who would like to raise their hand. There does not appear to be any other public commenters.
Okay, thank you. Before we move to a vote, I'm taking a look at the text message that was provided, and I just wanted to raise this because so the text message says pizza and lunch for pizza and salad for lunch tomorrow, Fort lunch tomorrow. Actually, there's a typo, and it says awesome, thanks for the info. I'm assuming that this was a text message sent between 2 individuals, obviously on the task force, but nonetheless using personal cell phones to personal phone numbers. And it seems to be talking about having lunch. So I'm not sure if with text messages between 2 people, even if they are on the same group, but if they're not talking about public business, this seems to be lunch menus, and they're using their personal devices to do it. Is that proof that text messages that are public records were withheld? Like, this doesn't look like they're saying, I want to vote a certain way, or did you see this case? Like, if I were to text, Lila tomorrow and say, hey, Lila, did you want to meet for pizza? Is that a public record? And I'm not sure. That's my only concern on this one. I'm not saying that they necessarily, and I'm not saying that they didn't. I'm just saying that the text message that's included in the file doesn't seem to indicate that it meets the threshold of public business. And I'm assuming this was on private phone numbers. So if it's Smith versus San Jose, it's technically doesn't need to be disclosed under that if it's not public business. This doesn't look like it was, unless I'm wrong and these were like city issued cell phones or something, or cities. So I just want to throw that out there and see what the other members thought. Member Wolf?
So if we, this is falling under the rubric of Smith versus San Jose. So it's up to the owner of the device to make the decisions about what gets disclosed. There's no other oversight with regards to that, unless the device is government property, which makes it a different issue.
Right.
So at this point, if they're talking about pizza, that's not disclosable. They can disclose it if they want, but if it's not pertaining to the business of the of which they were hired or charged with, I don't think there's any requirement for them to disclose that.
Right, and that's where I'm at too. I just don't see, this looks like it's about pizza and salad, and so even though she did disclose it, I'm not sure she was required to disclose it, and I don't think it's proof that there was intentionally some type of, something hidden. Now I'm not saying that there's not other text messages that very well may be, in violation and weren't turned over, and that could be true. But just based on the proof that we have in our packet, I'm just not seeing that.
Mm.
And I'm looking at PDF page 22. which is 346. It's also 21,345. Member Neighbors?
Sorry, I lost my hand icon again. I don't know where it goes sometimes. So this is probably more of a question than, I mean, so when I read that text, pizza and salad for lunch tomorrow, yay. And I know that Jeremy Lee is another task force member. I'm assuming this is lunch that is being provided for them because they were working so many hours at task force. So it's probably the city providing lunch for them, in which case it is the people's business because it's literally the people's money paying for their lunch, right? I mean, I don't think that we can, I don't think that we can say this is not the people's business so easily. It's not like you and Lila meeting up for pizza. I think this is pizza being provided to these two members of the task force while they're working by the city. Or maybe it is. We don't know.
I mean, it's a good point. Maybe Mr. Jarrett knows some context of this. You know,
it could have been lobster.
Then we would know. Yeah.
Mr. Jarrett, do you know by chance if the city was supplying lunches or how this might fit into a public business type of text message?
I think it's something that was provided by the city, but I couldn't say for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I basically tried to find, I suppose the kinds of, the problem is that the kinds of texts that are the things that I want Ms. Reiner to disclose are not the kinds of things that she would have texted to the people who are willing to share their texts. Do you know what I mean? So it's a bit of a catch-22, and this was the best I could find.
Is this the? I mean, so were the other emails that she submitted untimely?
No, I don't think so. That wasn't really the nature of the complaint. Basically, it was that there was nothing in that 30-hour period that had been written by Ms. Reiner or had been written specifically to Ms. Reiner.
Did she respond in a timely fashion saying that there was nothing?
I think so. Yeah.
Gosh, this is a hard one for me. I mean, I'm just not sure that this text message is. It might be. I mean, I think Member Neighbors has a good point. It might be that the city was providing it, or maybe someone said, "Hey, what's the special at the corner restaurant?" And she said, "It's pizza and salad for lunch," right? I mean, yesterday was pastrami sandwich. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say just based on that limited context whether or not this is proof that the texts related to the public business weren't turned over. So, I mean, I don't think I'm there to say that there was necessarily a violation here. But others may see it differently.
May I ask Mr. Jarrett another question? If it were not for these two text messages, how are you convinced that Ditka Reiner had more emails that she did not share with you? Because you came to this conclusion even before you received these text messages.
Yeah, that's true. So basically, it's because it was a 30-hour block around. It was a very crucial series of. It was a very long meeting in which 4 of the redistricting task force members walked out in protest at the lack of transparency, and there were a lot of people on their phones in those periods, and we even got, in the recordings of the in the recordings of the meeting, we've got Ms. Reiner walking out of the meeting with her phone to her ear, and so I just found it. I found it unlikely that there were no texts, no emails, no phone logs in that entire 30-hour period. yeah, that was the basis.
Now, did you send her any text during that period?
I did not. That would have been an idea, wouldn't it? I didn't. No. Actually, I'll double check that.
Or emailed?
Yeah, I think that's a good question because those would be disclosable, right? And then that would be the proof.
I sent a text on April 11th. I really should have opened this up. I know for next time to not go for such a short window, I guess.
So just to be clear, you are convinced that she did have more emails because you saw her on the phone and texting during that window that you mentioned.
That's why I thought that it wasn't true. And I believe at the same time that Anonymous also, as he mentioned, he had already requested swathes of records from Ms. Reiner and had been told, these don't exist until records from other members of the task force seems to show that was incorrect. So it wasn't, I think there are others who have seen this happening as well.
But the difference is that in your case, she did submit 200 to 300 emails.
Yeah, but none of them were written by her or to her. They were just written to the redistricting task force generic email and then forwarded on to her.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I have another question for him.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, did Member Highland, did you want to say something? No, okay. Mr. Jarrett, when you say that the emails came into the task force email and then forwarded to her, do you know who was doing the forwarding? Or was it a listserv?
I'm not sure if it was. I presume it was some automatic service because there were hundreds of them. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. I guess John Carroll would be the one who would know that kind of thing.
Do you have any knowledge that John Carroll was managing a lot of the administrative duties?
Yeah, he was the clerk, so he was kind of in charge of all the admin.
Okay, thank you.
So members, what did you think on this one? We could go to a vote on this, and I'll admit this one with this text message alone. I don't know. We could, if we think there might be more and there's might be other evidence that's corroborating, we could continue this item instead and see if some other evidence, if Mr. Jarrett wants to see if he could find other evidence, or we could, I don't know. We could just go to a vote and see where it ends up. I think we've been on this one for about 50 minutes now, according to the clock. So we should probably start wrapping this one up here. All right, I'm not seeing any more hands up, so we'll go ahead and move to a vote on this. Carol?
Second. Member Pomenabin?
Aye.
Member Pomenabin, aye. Member Schmidt? please again, Dean. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood recused. Member Stein absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill absent. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee?
No.
Chair Yankee, no. Six yes, one no, one recusal, two absences.
Okay.
Okay. Any other motions on this one? I had a question, and maybe I missed it. Was there a part in this where we saw Mr. Townsend's an alternate email address for Mr. Townsend?
I never saw anything, if you're
Okay.
asking me.
I believe Mr. Jarrett said he had Mr. Townsend's phone number.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm trying to think if we were to order Mr. Townsend, if we were to try to transmit an order to him, how we would do so.
You don't want to use the one you've been using?
Well, that's the concern, is that if we're sending orders to SFGov email addresses that people aren't accessing or don't have access to, that's not going to get us anywhere. Member Wolf?
So what you can do is you could do it by proxy, have the clerk of the board send it through if they have his email address, personal email address. That way it doesn't get revealed publicly.
Do we have that in this case, though? That's what I was asking. It doesn't sound like we do for Mr. Townsend.
No, that's what I'm saying. If the clerk has the clerk of the Board of Supervisors has his email address, then they can send that out on our behalf. So that way it's not revealed to us or publicly. Then it can be redacted.
Okay. We didn't do it with the prior ones that we didn't have email addresses on that we had.
The same thing with those two. We're still in the meeting. You can still, still take action on those, for that particular.
Do we know if the clerk
not
of the board
substantive.
has? Do we know if the clerk of the board has other email addresses?
Don't know, but you can ask, and if they have it and they're willing to do it, then
Yeah, that would have been part of the motion that I was making before, that they can reach out and that they were ordered to have each person do a Smith versus San Jose search.
Then we're still in a meeting. We can take action on previous items on the agenda. If this is not that substantive. We're just looking for communication. I don't see that it's not passing judgment. We're trying to get our work done. If this helps expedite it, then we ask that all those previous items that the order of determinations get sent to them if the clerk of the Board of Supervisors has their contact information and is willing to do it. It's a request. It may not happen. I don't know. Just throwing out a suggestion.
Yeah.
That's all.
Cheryl, could you do me a favor? Can you read the motion for the order that we had in the prior one?
Yeah. Your motion?
Yeah.
Let me find it. Moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Vice Chair Wong, to order the City Attorney's Office, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Office, and the Department of Elections to search Matthew Castiglione's email address and ask them to reach out to Mr. Castiglione to obtain records in his possession under Smith versus San Jose. So you've covered the Clerk of the Board.
Yeah. So you know what? I'll make that same motion on this one for Arnold Townsend.
There you go. I'll second it.
Okay, hang on a second. I gotta get to. Are you gonna make the same motion for Ms. Rainier?
Let's do this one first.
Okay, public comment?
Wait, I think we need I'm making the motion about, I'm sorry, did you second, Member Wolf? You did.
Yes, he did.
Okay. All right, so yeah, we can go to public comment on that.
Do we have public commenters?
I think Victor, do we have public commenters here? Victor? I see a hand, but only Victor can unmute them. I don't know if we lost Victor.
He stepped away from the computer. Victor! Mr. Young, can you hear us?
Victor?
Muting problems. We are still on we just finished the vote on 10.
We're on public comment, and we need you to unmute the person who has their hand up.
Okay.
Hi, this is anonymous number 3. Please let me know with the timer.
Okay.
You ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. I guess there aren't 6 votes here because your 6th vote in favor of this kind of motion has recused herself or has been recused. And so I might suggest you to be more creative with the motion. You have heard the arguments from the dissenting members that the people you were ordering were not, whom the complaint was against. They weren't at that time the custodian of the record. And you may want to, in order to get the best possible result for the disclosure of these records, make 2 separate motions here. One, to order Townsend to disclose the records. Exactly what the law says. Order Townsend to comply with the request because you determined that the records are public. That's exactly what the law says. I think you should be able to get 7 votes for that order. And his contact information should be declared. All of public officials' contact information is declared in those forms they file applying for public office with the Board of Supervisors. So that should work for everyone. And then a separate motion to the agencies, which maybe you won't be able to get a win for. And then I would urge the same exact thing for the Rainier issue. Order Rainier to do so because you have her contact info, and then separately make a motion to order the agency to do so, which may not have even 5 votes at this point. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, hold on, I'm still speaking. And if I need to, I can, at compliance, show you any evidence of emails of requests from me to these 2 people during the time frame that's been requested, which they could not delete because they were pending requests. And therefore, if they didn't turn those over, emails from me to these 2 individuals, that could be proof of records they should have turned over to Jarrett if they're not in his packet or were not disclosed to him timely. Thank you.
I do not see any other hands raised at this time. I'll give it a moment. You can press *3 to raise your hand. I believe that was our only caller for this item.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Member Wolf, did you have a?
No.
We can go ahead and take a vote on this since it's out there. We might want to take a separate vote. This fails in a more creative way, but we'll go ahead and vote for this.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Yay.
Member Schmidt, no. Member LaHood, recused. Member Padmanabhan.
Nay.
No. Member Padmanabhan, no. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Neighbors.
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Hill, absent. Member Stein, absent. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. We have. Did I write no?
I think it's 5 ayes, 2 noes, 2 absent, 1 recused.
That's what I wrote, no. Okay. Are there other motions? Because I'm running out of paper. I'm serious. Should I be doing something?
All right, last call for motions on this one. I motioned out, so.
Okay, that's 5 votes so far. 4 votes.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on then. See no other actions for this item. We'll go ahead and move to the next item. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us this long.
Ready, Chair Yankee?
We are ready for item number 11.
Announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Welcome back, Member LaHood.
I wasn't expecting to see you.
I know.
Waiting patiently, quietly.
Does anyone have anything for this item? And I'm not seeing anyone for this item. There's no action, no discussion on this. So there's no public comment to take. If I see a hand for public comment, I want to be real clear that this is not for members of the public to suggest future agenda items. This is future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. So I'm not sure what the public comment on this could be. But I'll go ahead and start to allow it. But if this goes off topic, I'm going to ask that you end it. So Victor, if we want to go ahead and unmute the person with the hand up. Okay, caller, I think you've been unmuted.
I'm waiting to hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so Mr. Warfield, just to be very clear, this is not a public comment period to suggest future agenda items by members of the public. This is only for members of the task force.
So what is the public comment you're offering?
That was my point. I don't believe there is any public comment. We took
Okay,
notes.
then let me say something.
So I'm not sure what public comment you intend to give on this.
I beg your pardon?
I said I'm not sure what public comment you're intending to give on this without there being a discussion or action items.
Well, why don't you give me a chance to say something then?
Okay, so go ahead, Chair, when you're ready.
Go ahead, Peter.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. As I understand it, and I believe you've ruled this way, any body has the obligation to offer an opportunity for public comment on every agenda item. So, for example, I might comment that I'm disappointed that there's no comment from the members. I might say that, for example, you have a gigantic epidemic of violations, and that I think that you urgently need to look into, as to some degree you have done tonight, what's going on in the city. There seems to be an absolute epidemic.
Okay, Mr. Warfield, I'm gonna cut this off.
And that's a future agenda item.
This is not.
That I think you should consider, and I wish that you would consider.
Okay.
And the absence of something in a report.
I'd just like to state I have muted Mr. Warfield as requested by the chair.
Thank you. Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to the next item.
I'd just like to note so another person has raised their hand, and I just like to remind them this is public comment, very limited, and since there are no announcements by members of the committees, there's really not too much to comment on, but I will unmute them just in case.
Okay, sure.
Thanks, David Pilpel again. Sorry, I literally was dozing off for a moment there. I just wanted to point out that although you heard all of those cases tonight regarding the Elections Commission and the Redistricting Task Force, I recall that there were one or two that were heard in committee that didn't come up tonight. There was definitely a case from Joe.
Mr. Pilpel, unfortunately, I'm going to cut you off the same way as I cut Mr. Warfield off. This is not another general public comment period. This is only for members of the task force, and no one had any discussion or announcements for this.
I'm sorry, wasn't this also future agenda items?
For members of the task force. It's only future agenda items by members of the task force, not by members of the public.
I'm not sure that I read it that way.
Okay. So we're just going to move on here to the final item.
Item number 12, adjournment. I have 11:34.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Okay, moved by Member Wolf. We have a second?
This is Member Padmanabhan. I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Member Wolf, second by Member Padmanabhan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so we're adjourned at 11:35. Thank you, everyone.
I just want to know where our pizza is.
Yeah.
I expected, some, I don't know.